Hello, everyone. My name is halqery. I'm a Pokemon Legends RC speedrunner, and today I'm going to be playing Pokemon Violet. Yeah, they tell you got to wear a lot of hats when you do this job. So, are you ready on time? Timer? Timer. Oh, you did? Oh, I wasn't ready yet. I was asking if you guys were ready to start it. Sorry, I wasn't clear about that. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, now we're going. Okay, so the timing does start on the first movement there, which allows us to skip the first 3-minute cutscene, which is nice. And although this is any percent glitchless, I will be performing a bit of an exploit here. So normally you're required to walk through the house this entire time, but if you talk to the Squovid here and mash B as soon as it starts, as soon as your character bends over, you can actually unlock the ability to run inside. So that's pretty neat. It'll save like 10 to 15 seconds. But now I can run indoors. So the differences between Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, for those that are wondering for the incentive, if you've ever seen a Pokemon Scarlet run, Scarlet or Violet, most likely you've seen one on the Switch 1 that was done on Scarlet. But Violet is actually the better version now. Violet has always had version exclusive advantages when it comes to like the difference between the Ground Titan fighting Iron Treads versus fighting Great Tusk. It has some advantages in Area 0 as well. But Violet on the Switch 1 lagged horrifically more than Scarlet. And it was presumed to be because of Miraidon's little jet trails that follow it when you use the dash feature. But now that on the Switch 2 they have the same performance, Violet can actually capitalize on those advantages and isn't 3 minutes behind for no reason. So we'll actually get to see the more optimal version of the game here. So this intro is still fairly slow, but I guess during this time I can kind of talk about the choice of starter we're going to be going with. Because there are indeed 2 good starters in this game, either Sprigatito or Fuecoco. And you may be wondering, which one do I pick? Because there's 2 good options. There's one big thing we want to make sure. We don't want to give our rival Skeledirge, because that would be horrific to deal with because it's very bulky, has a weird typing. So we're actually going to be picking Fuecoco, and it's also conveniently the most optimal to play the beginning of the game with. Now this route has been pretty set in stone since maybe like month 3 of the game, so like early 2023. And the only changes that have come have been at the changes in the order in which you do things and the things you pick up off the ground and when you pick them up. So yeah, early in the beginning, it's just going to be Fuecoco. And then my shirt may be a giveaway as to how we're going to be taking care of the rest of this. I'm a big Flamigo enjoyer, and hopefully after 5 hours you will be too. He's my amigo. Now, unfortunately, I was able to run inside, but I'm not able to run right now for a bit. So the best I can do is try to line myself up with exactly that gate in the far distance. And then about halfway through this route, I'll be able to run. But yeah, this game may look a lot better than you remember it looking when you played it. That's because the Switch 2, I did have to pay $500 for a Switch 2. But once you have a Switch 2, it's a free patch to have 60 FPS and 4K resolution. I don't know if I'm necessarily playing in 4K, but that's okay. It doesn't look any better. It's 4K in name only. Okay. So for those who've never played Scarlet and Violet, this man on the left is like the equivalent of like the He's going to be like the stand-in for our professor, even though this game does have a professor, but they play a much different role in this game than they have in previous games. And the girl on the right is our rival, who likes battling a little bit too much. That's okay. So, like I said, we're going to be going with Fuecoco. Oh, look at him. Who's a good boy? He's perfect. We're not going to be giving him a nickname because he's not that perfect. You may think it's faster to just name him a one-character name, but it actually makes no difference at all. It actually just loses you time that you're spending in the menu doing that. Because the text prints so quickly that, and Fuecoco is used so little that it doesn't matter. So for the most part, this game is going to be glitchless and not anything extraordinary happening. But we are going to be, taking liberties where we can with movements and doing things that they may not have intended us to do. Because Nemona's going to walk over here to the right, and we're kind of intended to follow her. But it's a little bit faster to go around the other side of the house and slide down some cliffs. Hopefully I don't get stuck in my movement doing it, because it's very possible. Okay, so right here is like a little slide off I can go for. Cool. All right. The only risk there, if you want to even call it that, is like sometimes if you approach a steep ledge in the wrong way, your character will kind of do like a tiptoe, like stopping themselves. That just leaves me like 1 second, but luckily I bypassed that. Okay, so for this first battle with Nemona, we are actually unable to get any critical hits. So I will know pretty much exactly how good my Fuecoco is. And it matters a lot more than just beyond the intro, because Fuecoco is going to be taking care of one of the gym leaders by itself. So I really don't want to see a bad roll here. Like if I do less than half HP, that means my Fuecoco has minus special most likely. You're always slower than Sprigatito, so that doesn't matter very much. Okay, that's actually a really good roll. Now, please don't burn. That'll be really slow. Okay, cool. Yeah, the burning animation, like, you would think it would help me kill faster, but it does the tiniest tick ever, and the animation is just beyond not worth it. Like, I could have gotten another move off with how long it takes to watch the burn ticks in this fight. But yeah, that's it for Nemona 1. And like I said, a really good start to this Fuecoco, but it could be, false prophet, could just have good IV, but minus special. Things like that are possible where it can naturally get that roll without being an exceptional Fuecoco. But we'll see. So, I guess I can kind of talk about the earlier routes of this game, because this game underwent a lot of development. One of the earliest routes of the game started with Quaxley, and then you would switch to a random Terra, not a random, a static Terra Lucario after you got your 7th badge. And it was an interesting, a lot of people had really interesting routes. There was one route where you go and catch an overleveled Hawlucha and just deal with obedience for a gym, deal with disobedience rather. But then luckily, I believe it was Headbob that came up with the initial route for Flamigo. So that really just helped a lot, because Flamigo is very simple. It literally is going to use 5 moves the entire game. And it has a really good EXP curve, really good typing, it's fighting flying, really good stats. And there's guaranteed ones that are level 17 that we can find, which are below our initial obedience cap, which is 20. So. And before we head off, Mom's going to give us some money. Appreciate that. And up here, we're going to be catching our very first Pokemon. We're going to be catching a Lechonk. I think we are technically able to defeat it, but it's much faster to catch. And we'll actually be using it every time we need to lose a fight, which is fairly frequently. So it has its advantages to just catching it rather than defeating it. Okay. There's not much interesting aspects to the movement quite yet, but after we catch the Lechonk, I'm gonna be trying to get experience on Fuecoco using this feature in the game called Let's Go, where if you press the R button, Pokemon will auto battle. Your first Pokemon in your party will auto battle wild Pokemon, so you don't have to like sit there and watch them get EXP and stuff. And there's a further optimization where your character normally like has a hand waving animation when they're sending out a Pokemon, but if you stop, press R, and then very shortly after begin moving again, you'll actually cancel out that animation, so it saves like maybe like half second every time you do it. Yeah, while I'm catching the Lechonk, if you guys have anything to read, go ahead.
Yep, we do. We have 25 euros from Ujok saying, me, sees Balatro on the schedule. Neuron activated. Also me, sees non-incentive. I love number go. Brrr.
Y'all on your cards, I don't get it, but glad people like it. Yeah, I'm a fan of gambling myself. I speedrun Pokemon, so who am I to judge? I mean, but the only real RNG in this game is going to come down to the Flamigo stats. And even in the worst case, like every run is finishable. Just some fights might be a little bit uglier than others. That's okay. All right, so there's Lechonk. So I'm actually going to go ahead and deposit Lechonk immediately. On the Switch 1, this would have been too slow because the box takes too long to open. But on the Switch 2, with all the other optimizations with loads and frame rate and, you know, general experience, doesn't take that long. All right. Now I've got only Fuecoco, and I'm going to go ahead and grab this rare candy up here. It's way too convenient to skip. And I'm going to go for that technique I just mentioned. I didn't quite get it. That's okay. Doesn't save too much. All I really need is for Fuecoco to be level 7. There you go. I got it right there. I need Fuecoco to be level 7 before we fight Arven. It looks like I got just enough to do that, so I don't have to worry about any other kills like in this cave or after it until I fight Arven. And then after that, I'm going to try to get to level 10. I probably will fail to do that, but it'll just make the 2 fights that you have to do in the school very, very, very convenient. So. So you guys voted for this. We're going to see our bestest boy, our Swiss Army knife, Miraidon. Now, I call him a Swiss Army knife because it is my opinion that he is a worse version of every Mountain Legends Arceus. You know, as a Legends Arceus enjoyer, you know, because like a Swiss Army knife, it is a screwdriver, it is a corkscrew, it is a hammer, like it is all these tools, but it's like not as good as an individual hammer, an individual screwdriver, an individual corkscrew, and that's kind of what it feels like to use Miraidon or Koraidon. But it's not too bad. You can get used to it. But yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes here, so if there's anything else you guys want to shout out, just go ahead and do it.
Yep, we got 15 euros from Mirai saying, Dawn. Care to explain what that means?
Thanks, Mirai, for the message that says Dawn. Appreciate it. That's the name of this Pokemon, Miraidon.
Oh, I see.
They've been waiting their whole life for that joke. That's not what he wants to eat. There we go. So it makes sense for Koraidon why he wants a sandwich, but I don't know what this thing does with a sandwich. I don't know if it has any kind of internal, like, processing power for that. I wouldn't imagine this thing has any organic substance to it at all. But he eats the sandwich. Tasty. Yeah, that gave him back his energy because he was running from something. It looked like he was kind of running for his life in the intro that we skipped. Speaking of skipping things, even though we are watching a bunch of cutscenes right now, I have turned on the skip cutscenes feature. And you would maybe need... I'd be surprised if you need more than 2 hands to count how many cutscenes that actually skips. And coming up is one of them. And it'll look kind of jarring because right now Miraidon's in its travel form. And it's about to just suddenly become its battle form out of nowhere. And it looks very, very janky. And there we go. All right, buddy, come on, let's go. So, With Miraidon in this cave, I don't want to get too close, because if I get too close to him, he's going to make me walk. And that's really slow, and it takes forever to get your ability to run back. There's going to be a cutscene trigger here. Oh my gosh, I can't run. There we go. Yes, don't get close to him. Yeah, there's cutscene up here with Nemona, so I want to go ahead and run into the trigger at like the ideal time, so I don't get slowed down by Miraidon, but I also don't wait too long to enter it. Yeah, Nemona's very concerned because we just kind of felt like a few stories. But luckily our Rotom phone caught us. That's a feature. Actually, I don't like these clothes. I'm gonna go ahead and change. Wear the hat. Yeah, better backpack. There we go. All right, cool. All right, there we go. Now we're set up. I said I don't really need these hills here for experience, but I feel like I might as well go for them. Gives me an opportunity to practice the stop and go mechanic I was talking about earlier, which I am dreadful at. When it comes to a Diglett, Fuecoco may not, yeah. Fuecoco doesn't want any of those hands. That's okay. And I missed every single one. Let's go. All right, cool. I was a little worried because I have soft locked in that cave before, but it was only on the Switch 1, so. Oh, this is one of my favorite parts. Okay, so these Houndour are meant to just run away off camera, but if you're fast enough, you can actually see them going into the floor. Oh, no, wait, that was earlier. I missed it. Whatever. I should have called it out earlier. Or maybe it's right after this wall. I can't remember. No, it was definitely earlier. Yeah, there's a moment where the Houndours like show up and then like they kind of run around the corner, but if you peek around the corner quick enough, you can see them literally running and clipping into the floor. Okay, so I need to walk backwards just to get my running back. So I can get close enough to Miraidon to activate this cutscene. Cool. You don't have to do that with Koraidon. Koraidon has a much smaller hitbox for some reason. So that's one of the lovely Violet advantages that we have. Okay, so here we've got a pretty strong looking Houndoom, and I think Fuecoco can take it. We're gonna try. I think even if you like do the South Park World of Warcraft thing and like level up itty bits at a time off of all the Pokemon in the first route, I don't think it'll let you fight this Houndour or Houndoom. It's a scripted fight where your Pokemon instantly gets scared. That's okay. I'm not quite sure what Miraidon really, what the motivation is for protecting us. I guess we fed it food, therefore its friend. I don't know. Yeah, this cutscene looks so much better on the Switch too. Like, especially the ending. The ending lagged so bad. Like, there's like a pre-established like soundtrack for this where this music plays, then you jump up there, and then when you get to Nemona's supposed to start clapping. But the clapping is so awfully desynced because of how much the cutscene lagged. Now it should be in sync, I believe. $500 right there for that. That's worth it. Every cent. Okay. So that was a little bit exhausting for our phallic friend here. So he's gonna revert back into his travel form. And he's gonna stay like that for about 4 more hours. So we don't have his Pokeball or anything, so we're just kind of, he's just kind of following us. So coming up is gonna be the fight with Arven, our very first Arven fight. Arven has a Squovit. And this Squovit actually sucks. Like, it's actually like the worst Squovit ever. Like, most things in this game have like 20 IVs across the board, maybe some EVs somewhere. This Squovit has 0 IVs across the board, 0 individual values in all of its stats, no EVs, you know, just no shot in life really. So it shouldn't be too bad. It's actually going to be like that the whole time, even when it becomes a Greedent later. It's just 0 IVs across the board. It's just like canonically awful. But if your Fuecoco is also awful, or you're not level 7, it could be a tough time to 3-shot this. So that's what I was getting the EXP for, is to make sure I can guarantee the 3-shot. And because I did so much on Nemona's Sprigatito, I should be guaranteed the 3-shot here. But a crit would be nice so I can save a turn, because turns are very slow in this game. Oh, I didn't mention that, but after Legends Arceus, Legends Arceus onwards, you're unable to turn off animations on moves. You don't have like the battle style on or off, or that toggle of any kind. So this is actually the first traditional speedrun since like Colosseum. They actually have to keep in mind like how long the move animations are, and that actually does influence some of our decisions with moves and when we use them, when we don't use them. So I just mentioned we don't have Miraidon's Pokeball, but this guy has it. That's kind of strange. He's actually the professor's son. So wait, this is okay. So we're playing Pokemon Violet, so his dad is the professor. If you're playing Pokemon Scarlet, it'll be his mom, and his dad is all into Chrome and Future and stuff. Like, I swear the developers watched one episode of SpongeBob, the one where like he goes to the future and everything's made of Chrome. Because when you look at the Iron Valiant, Iron this, Iron that, that's kind of very clearly what they were going for. I needed that crit, man. All right, whatever. That's fine. Pretty standard Arvin one, except getting crit lost me time, of course. Okay, so this Fuecoco is actually pretty good. I was kind of worried about that first roll. It was like the minimum damage it could have done. Then the second one more than made up for that, so. Okay, so now we're going to get Miraidon's Pokeball. And you're going to have to remember that 4 hours later, that's going to come into the story like in a very cool way, I think. Like if you were paying attention to the text at the very beginning of the game, you'll know what that's for. So he runs off. He's going to school. And we could go to school too, but for some reason, Nemona wants us to follow her up to the top of the lighthouse. And who am I to argue with that in a Pokemon game where there's flags and they can tell what I'm doing? You can't skip anything in this game because it's like, oh, you didn't do that thing, so therefore this thing isn't here. So who am I to argue with the natural flow of events here? Okay, so yeah, look at our school. Look at how beautiful the landscape is here. With yeah, it doesn't look good after like Devil May Cry 5. But yeah, if you have any time for messages or anything to read for us while we're looking at this beautiful landscape.
Definitely. Just want to give a huge shout out to Plaion, which is a major distributor of physical games from Sega, Activision, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, Giant Software, and more. They're also known for publishing awesome titles like Dead Island 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Check Plaion out on TikTok and Instagram under the handle @Plaion_BNL. Back to you.
All right. So this will be my first time opening up the menu. It's actually faster to warp here. I'm gonna go ahead and set the map to north locked because like I don't understand how people play without it, because you have to warp frequently and having to reorient where I am in relation to the map just is awful. All right, so hopefully Fuecoco stays here and deals with all of that. Please, thank you. More. Okay. Just a few more. Please. There's more. I promise you there's more. All right. Understood. Okay. At least Fido's give a decent amount of EXP. Like I said, I'm trying to get to level 10 here, which is a pretty ambitious, but it's definitely doable. I'm only halfway to school right now, so. And honestly, getting to level 10 here, like I'm honestly fine where I'm at right now. It's just greed. If you get to level 10, there's a good chance you can two-shot both the upcoming fights, and it's faster than three-shotting both of them. So, my hands are kind of tight. It's fast, so I gotta try. Okay, so Nemona's actually explaining a system that we used to use, where when you defeat Pokemon like I'm doing, Pokemon will give you materials of theirs. Like I got Fido fur just now. It's a little bit gruesome. But that green machine to the left can actually be used to make TMs. And for certain routes, you had to buy the low kick TM. This looks good. All right, I got the stop and go there. That's nice. If I see a Spupa here, there's Spupa. All right, that is worth a lot of experience back. There we go. Oh, that Combi almost got me. Oof. All right. Hey, look at all that. Okay, there was definitely Combis there, but that's okay. Now it's a little bit awkward. I guess I walked off a little bit too quickly. I think I found the Pichu. Good. Good. And I'm gonna be greedy here for a moment. Alright, just like 1 or 2 of those should be fine. I mean, that's enough. Whatever, I got scammed. Fine. I definitely saw you defeat too, but that's fine. All right, so we're not going to be level 10 for the Strudel, but we definitely will be for the Young Goose, which is ultimately like, if you do nothing else, you want to be level 10 for the Young Goose in the school. So if you noticed, right before we walked into this cutscene, I brought out the big guns in the Lechonk I caught earlier. Yeah, Nemona's not ready for that. The reason we do that is, although she only has 2 Pokemon and it can't be that bad, she always terastallizes her Pokemon in the back, which is a Palmy. And the terastallization animation is so slow, so it's actually faster to sit here and wait for the Sprigatito to defeat us. All right, it could kill me in 1 turn, but now anything it does will kill me, guaranteed. As long as I don't crit, I don't care. That absolutely kills. Cool, perfect. All right, it's pretty average. Above average, I would say, actually. Because it has 4 moves that it can use to attack you. For some reason, it really likes Tail Whip. It has Leafage, Bite, Scratch, and Tail Whip. And I don't know, I would assume it's just a 1 in 4, but you know, some days it doesn't feel like that. Okay, so while we're getting introduced to the school here, if you guys have any more messages to read, now's a good time for that.
Definitely. We have 5 euros from Uzokkund. Not sure if that's a meme or anything, but he's saying, Hal, if you stumble upon a shiny Pokemon during the run, will you catch it?
No, I'll defeat it though. I'll just auto battle it and kill it. Thanks for the suggestion. Anyways, this is Messagoza, the home of the Chex game, Yuva Academy. Here in the Yuva Academy, we like the color purple a lot. That's pretty much it. I don't know if there's very much difference with the school besides purple. Honestly, I'm really trying to think if there's any like real difference. I guess the logo's different because the Naranja Academy is like obviously Spanish for orange. And I don't know where Yuva comes from. I'm not too familiar. I'm sure it's something in the Iberian Peninsula. Like this whole region is based on Spain and Portugal.
Chat is saying that you can't defeat the shiny in auto battle.
That's
apparently.
right, I can't. They are correct. Why would I know that? I literally just work here. Okay. Yes, that's one thing the game does that makes it easier to find shinies. if you're shiny hunting really small things or things with really bad you know. Oh, what happened to my controller? My controller just disconnected. It's weird.
Have you tried plugging it out and in again?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. This controller has like 2 modes, and I accidentally hit the dial to switch to the other mode. Okay, that's awkward. All right. I was fidgeting a little bit too much, and there's a little slider on the back that I slid over to the other. Okay. Anyways. So don't mind me. I'm just doing muscle memory, force of habit from Switch 1. Because we have to do lag reduction strats. Just looking at anything is just criminal for your frame rate. Yeah, there's not much to say about this next section, so if you have any other messages to read, just go for it.
Sure thing. I can tell you about Your Build. Your Build is a Dutch company that specializes in custom PCs made to order, perfect for gamers, creators, and professionals. Every system is tailored to your exact needs with high-quality parts, clean cable work, and thorough testing. They offer both gaming PCs and workstations, focused on performance, silence, or aesthetics, depending on what matters most to you. Check out their Twitch to catch live PC builds or browse their custom work on Instagram, both under the handle @YourBuildPCs. Your Build PCs currently only sells and ships systems within the Netherlands and Belgium, so whenever you're planning a future build or just stopping by for inspiration, you're always welcome at yourbuild.nl.
Yeah, I can't use that because I'm American, but you know, if you live in the Netherlands or Belgium, go for it. Okay, so I'd prefer if the Strudel not use Leer here, but if there's anything I've learned in the last 2 years of running this game, it doesn't really matter what I want. There we go. And I don't think I'm gonna get a 2-shot here with that first roll. Close though. If it just did that roll twice, we would have had it. Or if I didn't get scammed at a level 10, you know, but that's okay. Now you'd think, oh, I'm in great shape. I'm at 15 out of 33 HP. One more hit and then I'll be in Blaze. No, you get healed between every battle in this game. You're gonna have to get used to that. There's no opportunity to ever take advantage of Blaze. So. So this will be the battle where we are intended to test out the new terrestrialization mechanic. I will not be doing that. It's really slow. I will actually, well, that's not necessarily true. There is one terrestrialization I may go for, and it's really situational. On the first Titan cloth, if my Flamigo has a Terra fighting Terra type, then I can use Terra low kick to eliminate any agency from the partner shelter, who is usually useless. I want him to do either low kick or Leer or water gun, but he has life dew, and he really likes life dew, even though it's completely pointless and only makes me have to stall and wait for him to do something. All right, so level 10. Oh, I'm still slower. That's not good. As long as it doesn't bite flinch me. All right, should be a 2-shot. All right, cool. Don't like Leer, but I don't like getting flinched even more. Perfect. All right. I got one 2-turn fight. I'll have to just accept that. That's all I'm going to get here. Such a climb. Keep going up the stairs for school each day. Yeah, I think all the kids at the school have terrific cardio. They must. Yeah, this is gonna be like 15 minutes of cutscenes or 10 minutes of cutscenes and just walking around talking to people. So if you have any other messages to read, now's a good time.
No problem. We have amazing prizes for grabs up this year. With a donation of just 10 euros, you'll be entered to win a range of great rewards. And if you donate 50 or more, you could even take home the Lewitt Ray microphone or the AOC PC Gaming Essentials bundle, which includes a keyboard, mouse, a headset, and a mouse pad. Every donation helps to support our charity Mind. Explore all the prizes at bsgmarathon.com/prizes.
Must have leg muscles like a footballer too. I don't know what leg muscles has to do with football. You just have to know how to throw the egg. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Anyways, yeah, this is the Yuva Academy. I think technically it might just be faster overall because of being less characters, but for the most part, it's pretty much the same. There's one option at the very end of the game I got to make sure I pay attention to. And I've got it written in my notes. Before you challenge the Elite Four, there's like a quiz they give you, and they ask you what the name of your school is. And for the majority of my time running this game, I've played on Scarlet, so I'm used to picking the other option, one for Naranja Academy. Stairs, the joke was American football versus the rest of the world football. You know, Peyton Manning, Dak Prescott, and all those footballers I look up to. So these kids, if you've ever seen this game played on Switch 1, they've received a massive glow up on the Switch 2. All these kids that are kind of kicking their feet right now were all in sync at 5 FPS. It was gorgeous. Absolutely brilliant. If you ever have time to go back and watch a Switch 1 playthrough or anything, it's gorgeous to look at. I'm actually going to try to go to the staff room first. Well, it saves me time because if you go to the cafeteria first, the game kind of freezes for a moment to load Arvin. But now if I go to the cafeteria second, he will already be there. Oh yeah, the windmill and artisan also runs at like 2 FPS depending on how close or far away you are from it. So that woman that just walked out really isn't that important. She is the champion. She's La Primera, but like she's such a joke. Like it's actually a really disappointing fight. The only thing that's interesting about her is she leads an Espathro, which has Opportunist, which means you can't set up X items in that fight because the Espathro's just going to copy it. And it's really scary. There's actually a few fights at the end that seem to just discourage X item usage, which I'm just now realizing. Luckily, our bird just, you know, destroys so hard that we don't have to worry about it. All right, so those are our 8 gym leaders. There's a particular order they expect you to go in. Like the biggest complaint about this game that I certainly subscribe to is like the game gives you this open world where you can challenge any gym leader first, but the levels are not scaled. Like if you go fight Grusha first, he is going to have level 50 plus Pokemon, even though you're fighting him first. If you fight Katie last, she's going to have level 10s and 20s or whatever she has, you know. So certainly we're going to be kind of suggested. We're going to take the suggestion of which ones to do first or later. But for the most part, we're going to do what's convenient for us. We are not doing the first gym leader first. We're actually doing the first intended gym leader 5th. And that's the one that I said Fuecoco is going to be defeating. Or Rufflet. It depends on if I see a Rufflet. Yeah, Arvin's giving us his phone number, just like Nimona did. Oh no, he's telling us where the Titans are, that's right. So these are the 3 individual paths that we're learning about right now. We already learned about Victory Road from Nimona. We're getting Path of Legends from Arvin. And then in a few more minutes, we'll activate Starfall Street. And then after those final cutscenes are over that introduces Starfall Street, that's where the single story categories of this game start. So if you're interested in running those, they're a lot shorter. They cut out all the intro. Must be nice. Yeah, if there's any messages to read, now's a good time for that. While I'm still in cutscenes.
Sure thing. Do you like skateboards? Do you also like raccoons? Well then, Tanuki Sunset is the game for you. Ride through aesthetically pleasing courses while performing radical tricks. Will you master the way of the board? Check out Tanuki Sunset on Steam and Nintendo eShop. Plus, if you donate a minimum of 10 euros, you'll be entered for a chance to win a Steam key. Thank you, Rewind Games, for providing these keys.
Is there any good incentives coming up?
Let me check for a second. I think there is a lot of naming incentives for Final Fantasy IX, which is happening in about 9 hours from now. I'll also be there, actually.
You gotta entice the people.
There is, for example, the Eikos name, Freya name, Quina name, Steiner name, Vivi name, Zidane name, Amaranth name, and Dagger name. Pretty much the entire group.
Those mean something. You should go donate for that.
Yep. And then for the Balatro, there is, of course, the Score Name Inf incentive. It's currently 120 out of 550. So we still have some time for that, though, to get that going. I'm sure we can reach that.
All right, so about 50 minutes into this run, or 40, wherever we are, we're actually finally going to meet the professor on a TV screen. Because he's trapped in Area 0, but that's okay. As long as he still has a connection, he can still do his job, I guess. Working remote. So the Miraidon actually belongs to Professor Turo. And Arvin had the Pokeball because Arvin is Professor Turo's son. And Miraidon most likely came from Area 0. So I'm sure that's not going to come up later. Yeah, it's a little bit more cutscenes, so if there's any other messages to read, and then, you know, it's going to be lightning fast for a bit.
Sure thing. Ever wanted to become a cult leader? In Cult of the Lamb, you play as a possessed lamb rescued by a mysterious stranger who must repay his death. Explore mysterious areas and gather adorable followers. And the top 10 donors on Wednesday will each receive a guaranteed Steam key. Plus, we'll be giving away more keys during the Cult of the Lamb speedrun itself. Thank you very much, Devolver Digital and Massive Monster, for providing these keys.
Hype. Cult of the Lamb, hype. All right, so I swear we're almost out. You know, I turned on the skip cutscenes. I'm doing all I can. There is one cutscene that's going to be skipped in a moment. I know it's huge. There may have been like 2 so far. Like it skipped the one in the cave that I mentioned, or the one entering the cave. There's also a cutscene where all the starters kind of splish splash in the water and like kind of show their personalities. We skipped that. Forget that. You know, all the cool ones we can skip. But all of these ones, no. Like it deliberately asks you, hey, make sure you've beaten the game before you do this, as if it was going to skip anything plot relevant. Like you could play this game with the skip cutscenes feature on and you would not miss anything plot relevant. And there's another cutscene right here that's actually going to skip. The big cutscene in the schoolyard announcing that the treasure hunt has begun. But we're just going to have to assume that that happened. We overslept for it, I guess. Okay. So, as Nimona said, it's time! Finally, it's time to play! Maybe. No, we're gonna watch a couple more minutes cutscenes. But we're close. We're very close. So we're gonna go to the schoolyard and watch that cutscene, or not. Then we got a couple more stairways to walk down, and then I promise we're free for a bit. So the route's gonna look a little bit weird, I suppose, because we've seen on the map where all the objectives are: the Titans, the gym leaders. We haven't seen where the Starfall Street bases are, but we'll see those in a moment. But you're gonna see me warp somewhere that's nowhere near any of those things, and then continue to go somewhere that is further away from any of those things, because we need to go get our special boy, our special Flamigo, my amigo. And like, as somebody who tried to route a different Pokemon in this game, it is frustrating, but also really convenient how low maintenance Flamigo is. Like, I tried to route this game with Zangoose, and that was cool because it has the erratic curve and has immunity, so you don't have to deal with random poison. It's like a Swiss Army knife of like moves. Like, it has like 30 moves instantly from the move relearner, and I was switching them out all the time. But that's really slow to constantly switch out moves. Yeah, you need to just turn your brain off like Flamigo does. Like, there's nothing behind those eyes, and it never has to learn anything. It has acrobatics, wing attack, double kick, low kick, and close combat eventually. That's all you need. Now, it does have 2 abilities. One of them is much better than the other. It has Tangled Feet and Scrappy. For those that are not aware, Scrappy allows fighting moves and normal moves to hit ghost types, and Tangled Feet raises your evasion when you're confused. And the better one is Scrappy, but not because of those reasons. Ever since Gen 8, Scrappy also blocks Intimidate, and that's actually going to be the only purpose of the ability as far as the speedrun goes. I will never try to use a fighting type move on a ghost type or something like that, because acrobatics is just better than any fighting move I have at the time. But it'll just be really, really good for skipping Intimidate. And there's our Starfall Street bases. Okay. It does skip the Intimidate animation. It's actually, people have timed it. It's actually faster to take the Intimidate than it is for Scrappy to block up, to pop up to block Intimidate, because there's a text box that's associated with that. So if you're looking for like raw speed, taking the Intimidate's faster, but obviously there's some fights where we're gonna have to use slower moves to account for being intimidated. But now it's finally time to get on Rhydon. It's finally time to start playing. All right. 43-minute intro, not too bad. Especially because I just stood there for like 20 seconds when I messed up my controller. That's fine. All right. And I'm actually playing with the DLC uninstalled because if you have the DLC, no matter what you do, you will always get a 10-second phone call here from Jacques. I don't want that. So we're gonna go to Los Platos. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful loading times over the Switch 1. So this is our max speed right now. I promise it'll get better. But it is not worth doing Cloth first. It is worth going to get the Flamigo first. So what you just saw is like probably the most famous exploit this game has. Everyone's calling them BLJs because I don't know what else you would call it, but it doesn't do what BLJs do in Mario 64. BLJs in Mario 64 is for speed and just going crazy and going into places you shouldn't go to. But in this game, it's purely accessibility. I guess they kind of do the same thing, but there's sadly no speed involved with it. Yahoo! Mine does not sound like that, but I like the spirit. All right, so there's some movement techniques with Miraidon that I'm actually messing up really badly. When there's a really high cliff, I'm actually trying to dismount off of it, but have it like fling me off of the cliff. Because if Koraidon or Miraidon land from too great a height, they will actually suffer like a lot of just end lag on the landing. You're not able to move for like a second, but if you fling off, you can kind of remount in the air and take a technically shorter fall. But yeah, here's our special bird. All right, our special gal. Please don't be terrible. I'm begging you. I don't want to work today, man. Okay. All right, Flamigo obtained. We're not quite ready to warp back yet because we walked all the way over here. We might as well come up here and get a EXP candy that's out here, if these deerlings will allow it. Okay, so we're gonna warp out to the west gate, east gate, and jump over the railing. Because if you go try to touch the door, there's actually a cutscene with Arvin or somebody tries to call you, and it's really annoying. Pick up the Pokédoll for safety. And now this game's become a don't touch any Pokemon that pop up in front of you challenge. And it's really, really, really hard. Especially on the Switch 1, this was really difficult for your eyes because it was in 15 frames per second if you were lucky. So your like eyes are like incredibly peeled, like trying to look for any slight movement that you don't expect. And it was awful. But this is much more pleasant on the eyes. Should female Flamigo be called Flamiga? I should probably stop reading the chat. That's not up to me. Depends on what she wants to be called. If she wants to be called Flamiga, I can maybe arrange for that. Didn't quite get the slide off I was looking for, but that's okay. Taking advantage of the game's feature where if you fall from a great height, Rotom can warp you back up. Jump down there and grab that rare candy with no consequence. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I brush up against this this tower right here because I'm gonna need to warp here later. And I wanna make sure I get the warp point for that watchtower. And hopefully here I'm gonna do the dismount thing I mentioned. Here we go. Remounts, there we go, no landing lag. And I actually kind of moved to the left there on purpose to trigger the cloth to start moving. So that he's up here when I'm ready to start the battle. Before I do, I'm not quite ready. Minus 60 plus 57. That's actually not too bad. Well, the attack's actually not that bad. Yeah. Oh, I didn't see the nature or the ability. Can somebody tell me what the ability was? I wasn't looking at the ability. Actually, it's fine. I'll see the ability again before it's important. Grass Terra, thank you. Thanks, guys, for looking out for me. Telling me it has Terra types that it can't have. It was scrappy, thank you. Yeah, when I'm at home doing runs, I normally have access to something in OBS called the replay buffer, where I can create a replay of like the last 10 to 15 seconds of my run. The ability could not have been green. I don't know what you're talking about. Fighting. Cool. All right. I did not see what Terra type I had, but it was worth looking at real quick. So, like I said, Shelter in this fight, completely worthless. Usually. So, doing this loses me 6 seconds, but it is faster than most options Shelter will go for. Okay, I actually wasn't sure if that was going to kill because I am minus attack. Yeah, luckily, like, thank God I'm scrappy, because if I was Tangled Feet with minus attack, that'd be kind of rough. So let's see what we got here with I gotta consult a chart to see how many vitamins I need to buy later on. Yeah, I'm gonna need like 20 vitamins. And I can only afford 15 by default when it's time to buy vitamins. So I'm gonna have to pick up items to sell, which is fine. That's okay. Okay, so that was the first of 5 Titans. The Titans in this game actually upgrade Miraidon's abilities. Because Arven makes the Herba Mystica here, get it, HM, into a sandwich. And when our futuristic lizard eats the sandwich, he gains new abilities. And for this Titan, he's actually going to get the power to dash. So we're not going to have to watch that horrific run speed. We'll actually be able to move a lot quicker. But yeah, the whole thing with Arven is he's got a sob story with his dog, and that's great. I'm a bit numb to it after having done so many runs of this game. But I'm glad he has his amazing story with his dog. That's great. You go, buddy. So the dog got injured in Area 0, and it's kind of whimpering and eyes closed and can't speak and all that. It's basically in a vegetative state right now. But turns out through the power of sandwiches, this can be improved. So. Dog schmuck. Look, we helped this dog, and then all of a sudden, after it's all better, it gives us the most like evil-looking, sadistic grin, and that makes me just lose all sympathy for it. It's like after I helped you so much, you're gonna look at me like that? Get you. Anyways, Professor Turo is gonna tell us what I already told you, which means we can dash. So this next 10 minutes or so is going to be really, really, really fast paced. So I'm going to try to just avoid things to bump into. So if there's any messages to read, now's a great time for that.
Sure thing. Stijn Janssen IT Courses offers IT courses for all skill levels, covering a wide range of topics, including programming languages, cloud technologies, and AI tools and integrations like ChatGPT. The courses are always up to date and focused on hands-on, practical use. You can attend training sessions in Utrecht, Groningen, have one arranged at your own Have one arranged at your own location or join online, whichever suits you best. Courses are currently offered in Dutch, with English language options coming in the near future. Explore all the courses at xpgain.nl.
You can keep going.
You want some more?
Yes, please.
All right. We want to give a huge shout out to AOC for generously providing prizes for our giveaways and supplying their top-notch monitors for our events. These amazing gaming displays feature a 1440p resolution, 165 Hz refresh rate, 1 millisecond response time, low input lag, and 6 gaming modes, ensuring our gamers have the smoothest performance possible.
And I'm using that to play Scarlet and Violet right now. Kind
Thank
of wasted
you,
potential.
That's fine.
You can go for another one.
All right, BSG is happy with Lewitt as our premium microphone sponsor. With a focus on your needs and the help of modern and precise manufacturing techniques, Lewitt creates audio gear that makes you sound exceptional, whether you're a recording artist, content producer, or streamer. If you want to upgrade your stream to the next level or need an edge in the studio or live on stage, check out the extensive Lewitt library of award-winning products to find the right microphone for your budget and need.
You can go for one more.
One more, sure thing. Let's see here. Thank you to Fletcher Hotel Nieuwegein for providing us with a new venue bigger than ever before. This new space allows us to host our growing community. Thank you very much. We love it here.
So I did just see a rufflet. And I mentioned that if I catch a rufflet, I could have better strats. But I don't have quick balls yet, so I don't know what the chance of that catch would be with like the Pokeballs I have. Maybe like 60%, just not great. So I'm gonna have to wait until I have quick balls to even attempt a rufflet catch. So if I catch rufflet, rufflet will basically take Fuecoco's gerb for everything in that department. It'll take on Katie. Yeah, it'll just completely just replace Fuecoco. And it's helpful because the weather's random in this game, and it can rain in oh my god, I can't remember her city's name. The Bug Gym city. It can rain there, and if it rains there before the battle starts and it keeps raining, Fuecoco's attacks are gonna be weakened because of the rain. So if you have a rufflet for that fight, just using wing attack, it doesn't matter whether it's raining or not. So it's really convenient for that. Okay. So the hardest part of that is now over, and I didn't get any encounters, which is good. So basically, what this route kind of devolves into is kind of running around Paldea, touching a bunch of fly points, and grabbing a bunch of EXP candies and items and TMs and all that stuff off the ground for us to use later. Because travel takes a bit in this game, and you know, turns take a lot in this game. Turns are really slow. So it makes sense to run around and get all your fly points you're gonna need later, especially with like the 2 seconds load this game offers, like going between areas. And you know, basically just juicing up Flamigo to like, we're gonna go like to level 54 like immediately, which is really nice. Okay, so this part's kind of tricky. Right there, I did indeed touch a fly point. For most cities, all you need to do is just be in the city at some point to, you know, be able to warp back there. But that gym I was just at and the Psychic Gym are the only two that you have to actually step on the mat for the Pokemon Center to get the warp point for. Like Montenevera, I already have the warp point now because I entered the city. Yeah, after playing a lot of DK Bonanza, I'm really like, man, this game could really use some voice acting. Even if it's just like Banjo-Kazooie squeaks or something, just something, man. Give us something. Yeah. just running around picking up a little bit more items. So if there's anything at all to read, now's a good time for that.
Sure thing. Huge thanks to Hot Games for providing the board game Flamme Rouge as a giveaway prize. Be sure to check them out on Instagram under the handle @HotGamesNL for some awesome games and updates. And with that, we also have a full-on playthrough of this board game tomorrow, by the way. And for tomorrow only, if you donate 30 euros or more, you will be entered to win that board game. So make sure to check that out tomorrow.
Yeah, we have a board game on our marathon, or video game marathon, which is pretty sick. Don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Yep. You only see that at BSG.
That's true. There's other places where they build IKEA furniture, but that's not a board game. Okay. So, we're just about done with the movement here. Like I said, I'm just touching a bunch of fly points and grabbing a lot of items. Now, I am going to have to catch haluchas later for the Starfall Street bases. However, now's not a good time. They're severely penalized catch rates because of my lack of badges. So I'm just going to go touch the fly point near where they spawn and where the fighting base is in general. And we'll revisit that later. Bye, Snom. Bye, Snom. All right. Oh, Dawnstone, lovely. Yeah. Normally this place is like easily the laggiest place in the game, but it's actually being kind of tame right now. Good to see. So one thing you may notice I'm doing right here and in other places, I'm trying to land on a slope because it cancels out that aforementioned hard landing lag that right on receive. But landing on a slope is like a really cool movement tech for a mechanic that shouldn't really exist. That's fine. All right, so now we're on the lookout for a rufflet. If you see one, point at your screen like this is Dora the Explorer. Just be really loud about it. Looking for a rufflet. Oh, there's one. All right, cool. It's ruffling time, baby. No, Cuffant. No. Back off. Go away. Dog. Nope. All right, cool. I mean, I'm helpless if something like walks into me and kind of sits there like while I'm catching something. So luckily it was kind. Yes, we have our American bald eagle. I came to the Netherlands to use an American bald eagle in my speedrun. Let's go. So yeah, it's going to change the menuing a little bit here. Because normally I would deposit Koi Coco after the Orthworm boss. But I'm actually going to do all my menuing now. I don't need to evolve the Koi Coco anymore. Okay, so I have the max speed in my bracket. No, it doesn't want to learn moves and all those level ups because there's a setting in the settings you can change to turn off level up moves. That's a very convenient setting to have for a speedrun like this. Now it's fine because you can go into the move relearner and teach those moves back, which is nice. Very, very nice. These thing here. All right, cool. Oh, that's annoying. Whatever. I tried to land on the roof of that building and kind of slide off. Keyword is tried. There we go. Okay. So I'm happy. I've got Rufflet. Rufflet is nice. It's like the highest level Rufflet I could have gotten. Not that that matters for Katie. Literally the lowest level works. I do want to look up Rufflet's moveset on like Bulbapedia or something. That way I know what order the moves are going to be in. 'Cause I don't actually have it written down like what level it learns a move that kind of displaces them in order. And the learns that it has is based on the level it was caught. Get him, Toad School. How much you got, baby? Let's go, Toad School. Good job. All right, so this thing's gonna have in this order. Bone Claws, Wing Attack, Tailwind, Scary Face. Okay, so Wing Attack's gonna be in slot 2. Slot 2 for me. Okay, good to know for later. I'll write that down. Now, as you may have noticed, there's tons of time, tons of downtime for me to write down little things like this so I can make sure I'm using the time to my fullest advantage. But with this momentary downtime, there is time for more messages to be read if you have them.
That's crazy. We are the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering, a dedicated organization focused on hosting marathons within the Benelux region. Currently, we are very excited to be live streaming our event from our new venue, the Fletcher Hotel in Nieuwegein, the Netherlands. We are raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues. Mind strives to provide support to individuals and families facing mental health challenges. All of your donations will go to Mind. More?
Yes, please.
All right. Support our event for free with your Twitch Prime Gaming subscription. Unlock a set of awesome exclusive emotes and show your support in style. And check out our more on-site speedrunning events from our partners, NSG Fall 2025 in Gjerdrum, Norway on September 19th to the 21st, and UKSG Blue 2025 in Glasgow, Scotland on September 27th and 28th. If you're looking for more speedrunning content, please go check them out.
Okay, so I mentioned that every time we beat one of these Titans, we're going to get some upgrade to Miraidon. This one's actually going to be the high jump. So our jump height is, I mean, I've not been really trying, and like I've not messed any jumps that like kind of point out how rough it is. But it is going to be good to have, like, they didn't design the game this way, but the particular path we take out of here, it almost feels like they intended it to be a tutorial for the high jump, because we're going to be using a high jump like every single step of the way to get out of here and go to Levincia. That'll be kind of nice to use finally. It also makes me, luckily, I have to be less reliant on the backwards jumping. They're not long. No, I guess they are longer jumps now, but yeah. Okay, so I've actually narrowed it down. I need 10 proteins and 9 carbos later on. And like I said, I can only afford 15 vitamins by the time I get to the spot where I buy vitamins, so I will have to sell items, which is a little bit annoying. But that's the game. And being minus attack is normally rough, but thank God I'm scrappy, because this upcoming fight with Iona would actually be really, really, really scary if I wasn't scrappy. Because she does have a Luxio that intimidates you. And like we do have like 20 levels on her, but then she sends out like a Mismagius that she tears to electric. And like it's not heavy enough for low kick to do a lot. Double kick is a pretty bad move. And like wing attack is not strong enough, and then acrobatics is like barely not strong enough to get a kill with minus attack. So very, very convenient that we're scrappy. That poor dog. Anyways, yes, we now have the ability to high jump, and I always mess this up, so I'm trying to lock in here. every time. That little family of Cuffins was just judging me. There we go. It looks so like childish to like do it the way I did, but like if you're moving the stick at all on that second to last jump I did, you will slide down. So you have to like land cleanly in a certain spot without any stick influence, and then you have to jump again without touching the stick at all then either. It's pretty rough. Okay, so we are going to do our first gym here, and therefore we're going to be doing our first gym trial. Where's Waldo? And by Waldo, I mean Director Clavel, because she just kind of grabbed the first person on the street she could find to participate in this role. And we're going to be looking for Director Clavel all over the city, and luckily he's always in the same spot. So once you've done it once, you know where he is. Very convenient. And her gimmick is that she's a streamer and she's really obnoxious, so I can really relate to her as a, like, you know, Pokemon heard. I feel heard by Pokemon. I always see so many people that are like, God, I hate Iono. She's so annoying. I'm like, yes, that's the point. You're missing the point. The point is she's an obnoxious streamer. It's a beautiful, beautiful representation. She even gets a 5,000-bit dono. I know somebody's just waiting for it. Somebody's waiting to drop the Electric King dono. I just know it. Okay, so every time we beat one of her, we find the director, we have to fight one of her tier 3s. This one luckily only has like a Luxio. That's it, I think. RNG time loss. This Luxio has a random ability. There's one more RNG time loss in these gym trainers, so hoping we win the slots here. We get the Intimidate and the random static from the Flaffy. It's a good sign. Luckily, it makes literally no difference because this game heals you every time you take a breath or every time your heart beats. So even though you get paralyzed by the Flaffy static, it'll heal you up before the Iono battle. Now, that was one thing I didn't really know at first when I was creating the Zangoose route I mentioned earlier. So I'm like, okay, I got to make sure I put Feint, F-E-I-N-T, on this Zangoose because there's a physical move that doesn't do contact. And if you do contact, that's the only way to get static. And then somebody told me, you know, you just get healed, right? And I'm like, well, that just killed my entire creativity. Just killed my whole vibe. Oh, unlucky. Actually, very lucky. Like I said, it's time loss. Okay. So we've got one more round of Where's Waldo? And we've got our first gym battle here. Yeah, this one's actually kind of hard to find that I'm looking at it. Like, I was trying to look at it from the perspective of somebody that's playing the game for the first time. And I'm like, that's kind of a cheeky little spot to put him in. Because your eyes kind of fixate on the central area. Yep, easy enough. None of these challenges are intended to be hard. But Olive Roll... Olive Roll is hard due to dev negligence. But we'll get to that later. But yeah, for this gym, we're actually required to participate in Iono's stream. How lovely. Yeah, while while she's farming bits, if we have any more donations to read, now's a good time. Or any other messages at all.
No donations, unfortunately, but
Missed
they're
opportunity.
very welcome.
Missed opportunity.
There is many incentives you can put them towards, and also, you know, by donating 10 euros, you'll be entered to win prizes as well. So not only you can choose, for example, Final Fantasy IX names that will be on screen a lot of times to show off your name, you can also enter for a prize that you can potentially win. But yeah, do you want me to continue?
Yes, please. Tell me about the other incentives. I know you mentioned the Final Fantasy ones, but what other incentives do we have?
All right, so we have, Final Fantasy IX name incentives. We also have Balatro. We have a score name incentive coming up, which is, I think, it is a score that is so high that it doesn't show up properly in the game, if I recall correctly. You can also have some choice in the Super Mario 64 BAZR Bazar. It's a second deck choice, so you can choose between the Baby deck, the Pizza Time deck, the Toad deck, and the Totsugeki deck.
We're talking about Mario 64, right?
Yep.
All right.
And then we have a map choice for the board game as well that will be played tomorrow for Flamme Rouge. You can actually pick the map they play in. So awesome stuff coming up, awesome stuff to put your money towards, and we can't wait to receive them. Yeah, all for the charity.
Anything tomorrow? Anything else?
Let's see here. Yep, there is the Stranger of Paradise, character choice, and voice language. If you, for example, want to have the voice language in English or Japanese, you can donate towards that as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to put your donations towards, even though the Scarlet and Violet ones already came and went. Yeah, a lot of cool incentives here. But yeah, Iono's, you know, we've got like 20 levels on her, like I said, so it's not too tough, but this Miss Magius is kind of I see that. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, this is funny timing. We just got a 50 euro donation from Electro King saying Iono and then equals 3 or like less than 3, sorry.
Of course, every time. Yeah, so in the scene before this gym battle, she did get a 5,000 Poké-Dollar donation from her tier 3 named Electro King. So you gotta always expect that donation to come in. I don't know, it's too easy. It's a softball donation. Somebody's got to do it.
We're dangerously close to the 1,000 as well. Very, very close.
Oh, everybody wants to be that one, right? The one person that kind of just puts it over.
Exactly.
Okay. So now that Iono's dispatched, taken care of, that's our first badge. Now, technically, we could switch to something better. By better, I mean something between levels 20 and 30, but we're already at like level 50 something with our Flamigo. One thing this game took from Legends Arceus is they changed obedience, not from the level the Pokemon currently is, but from the level you met it at. Which we met this Flamigo at level 17, so we're good for life, no matter how much candy we feed it. It's really convenient for the the route we run with this game. So just grabbing a couple more candies. And I think because I caught the Rufflet, I don't need to get the EXP candy that's on the roof over here. But I will try it just in case, because it doesn't really lose me time to attempt it. I said that, but then I got greedy and slowed down. I was definitely going to miss it. Well, now I'm certainly good no matter what. So there is a technique I'm doing there. Actually, looks like we just got a donation.
We did. We just hit 1,000 euros because of the 8 euro donation from Jutok saying 1,000.
Congratulations on the 1,000 euros raised. Thank you guys so much for all the donations. This is only the first day. We've got so much of this marathon left. And it's all thanks to Electro King. Yeah, the gym tests in this could honestly be a bit more complex and a bit more engaging. Because right now we're just going to go chase a bunch of sunflowers around the city. It's not that hard. There's like 20, I think you can choose from, and you only have to collect 10 of them. So we're just going to collect the fastest 10 that you can find. Okay, so there's immediately going to be 3 behind us, because there always is. No matter what, like it just literally is just the opposite way that you're facing on the camera. There's gonna be one inside this little rotunda area here. One by this little pond. One on this pier. And then, oh, there's also some sunflowers here that fight you, by the way. So that's also something we have to take into account. If you see me run by some obvious ones, there's a good chance they fight you. One of this little flower pot. Then one that we can't see right here. It's on the other side of this wall. And that's it. Very simple. Remember, this game is like Peggy 7 rated. I don't know what that means. I have the ESRB. Is that E10 and up? Rated E, rated T, rated M? Bro's just giving me numbers and thinks I know what that means. Anyways, now that we've taken care of that really hard assessment, it's time to fight Brassius. Now, Brassius is an interesting gym leader for the other routes that were created for this game, because his Sudowoodo, his ace Sudowoodo has sturdy. So you always just kind of prayed he didn't use Trailblaze, because if a gym leader has the opportunity to use a move that is the same as the Pokemon's Terra type, because every gym leader is going to Terra type their last Pokemon, and then they use the same type move, they have like a whole cinematic that goes with it, like it's time to Trailblaze, blah, 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 and it's awful. But just one of the incidental benefits of Flamigo is that it's had double kicks since we got it. This will be our first of like 3 double kicks in the entire game. This guy looks tired. I can relate to that. It's almost midnight here in the Netherlands. Yeah, so the Sudowoodo comes out, and luckily, all right, here's the one benefit to being minus attack. I am so incredibly unlikely to proc sturdy on this Sudowoodo. I'm just not gonna do enough damage with one kick, unless I crit, in which case, great. Can't wait. Okay. Good. All right, I did not proc sturdy. Very nice. Okay. GG Brassius. So now we're gonna have another pretty intense movement section here. It's probably like our last intense movement section for the next hour or so. Yeah, there's not a lot to say about the game right now, so if you have any other messages or any other incentives to promote, now's a good time.
Sure thing. Did you catch an unforgettable moment? Clip it and you might just see it featured on our socials. Speaking of socials, stay updated with our events by following us on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Instagram under the handle BSG Marathon. Get a behind-the-scenes look at the event and stay up to date with the latest news on our marathons, events, and more. You can also check out the VODs of our previous events on our YouTube channel over at youtube.com/BSG Marathon.
Have it. You have time for one more.
All right. Did you know BSG supports small community events as well? You can see events like the Misfit Mascot Relay happening live on our Twitch channel.
Okay, so now we're gonna warp to Montenevera here. And yeah, we're gonna be going down to oh, what's it called? Medali, place where Larry is the normal type gym leader. But we gotta make sure you don't hit any Pokemon on the way there. Oh, that's awful. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good boy. Okay. Yeah, sometimes the Pokemon placement, I mean, obviously it's RNG, but sometimes it is like devilish. Like, it's like, that's exactly where I wanted to go. Like, why would you do that? Anyways. Yeah, it's been pretty good. I haven't hit any optional encounters. You know, probably not a good time to say that. But... oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that Sneasel's not in a good spot. Alright, cool. Okay. And you couldn't see it there, but I did land on a slope to cancel out the landing animation. So one more candy to pick up here. And luckily along this path, there's not really that many Pokemon spawns. That's not good. Okay, that's never happened to me before. So I pressed A on that rare candy, but the game insists I didn't. You know, who's right? Leave a comment. I've never had to back that up before. That's so awful. Whatever. It's fine. I've never so deliberately and so certainly pressed A and then had it not pick up the red candy. I probably get a frame drop or something. It's fine. Anyways, for this one, we're actually going to be activating the Medali gym, but we're not going to be doing it yet. It's not convenient for us to do it right now. I did just make a mistake though. I don't know how much time I'm gonna lose, but I was supposed to switch out to Lechonk, and I don't think I did that. When I was thinking about doing it is when I was having the issue right at the beginning of the movement. Let's see how long it takes Flamigo to win this battle. It's fine. It's probably like a minute. I have a generous estimate. It's fine. This has also never happened before. I think she only has like 2 Pokemon, 3 maybe. It's fine. Go get him, Flamigo. Yeah, this is fine. Gosh, she has text if you're using the right move, right type move. We're trying to advise them, but yeah. Come on. That's 30%. That's not fair. I didn't know that thing had static. And I'm gonna have to heal that because I gotta go fight the bird. The bird thing. That's really annoying. Like, I'm gonna have to heal that. Like, that's the worst thing that could have happened. Oh, that's disrespect. Okay. Easy. Definitely faster than just losing with Lechonk immediately. All right, so, you know, the menu I was gonna do to withdraw Flamigo, I can now do to heal the paralysis I was so graciously given. Okay. Now, before I leave, I gotta make sure I don't forget to activate the gym test. Because when I come back, I'm gonna go straight to where the gym battle is. And it's kind of awkward if I just kind of show up without having activated this test yet. Oh, I see, Crisis. Okay, that was my bad. Oh, I got world record holder in chat. That was wrong. Oopsie. Oh, wait. Oh, it did heal me. Cool. All right, perfect. I did not think it would do that. All right. I don't know why I didn't think it would do that. Okay, no, it's because when the Switch 2 came out, we were kind of unsure about how to change the route. And we did used to fight Larry, the gym leader I just activated, before we went to the Bombardier Titan. And one time I chose the wrong move on his Dudunsparce, and the Dudunsparce used Glare, I think, and made me paralyzed. Then I forgot about that and went all the way to the Bird Titan and didn't hit any of my moves, of course, because I'm paralyzed. And I'm like, this is awful. It's like the worst unintentional time loss ever. So that just made me think, okay, any paralysis is wee-woo scary. But I forgot this game is baby and hold your hand for everything. Anyways, that was the gym leader. I guess we're not having a gym battle now. But they're going to give me, a random kid that just walked up, his wallet. So, score. We can go buck wild buying things now. Sky's the limit. Okay. Next little movement section here. We're going to go back to Mesagoza. This would have been unoptimal on the Switch 1 because of how long it takes to load into Mesagoza. But because it's only an extra second, this game as opposed to an extra 6 in Switch 1, or probably even more than that, it's definitely worth it to come in here and get this rare candy. Yay, free wallet. Maybe. Okay. So sometimes if you're plus attack, if you're Mott or Adamant or Naughty or even Lonely, I'll just go. You can afford to skip the Adamant Mint that's on the ground out here. I definitely need it. I am timid. I'm minus attack plus speed, and that's not going to work for me. I'm going to need to be plus attack for the majority of this game. Luckily, it's in the same spot always. It's just right here. Pretty simple. But even if you don't necessarily need it for your Flamigo, it's good to have anyway, because we're going to be catching 1 to 2 Hawluchas later, and we're going to be using one of them as a doubles partner for the doubles gym. And if that using the Adamant Mint on that Hawlucha pretty much guarantees that it will hit the range on the Sableye. So even if you have a good Flamigo, it's just overall good to get that Adamant Mint always. All right, so it's time for Olive Roll. Anybody that's played this game casually, very familiar with Olive Roll. It is a bastardization of physics and what we know about physics. It's complete, just utter chaos and nonsense. So I'm going to ask for you to be nice to me, because if this thing goes flying and goes somewhere I didn't hit it to, that's not my fault. There's no strategy here. There's just try your best to get this thing in the goal. This thing. This damn thing. All right, here we go. Good first hit. Decent first hit, rather. All right, got it over the gate. Good. More. Nope. Sweat. Brother. Right. That was awful. All right. I've seen worse. Honestly, I've seen worse. That was an acceptable overall. Yeah, for now, we're just going to be going up the mountain and fighting the Bombardier Titans. Now's a good time for any messages if you have any.
All right, that's just announcing here that this is the end of my hosting shift, and the second half of the game will be done by the capable hands of Kobaltski. So I'm tuning out. I'll be back in like 7 hours, and see you guys later.
Good to have you. Bye, host. Chat, it's not bye host, it's hello host. It's about framing and how you choose to look at it. It's not GN host, it's GL host. He criticizes my gameplay and then raids the stream. What a Chad.
Hello everyone, I am Kobaltski. I just took over from thextera.
Hello.
How are you guys doing? Hope you guys have been enjoying this run. I've been watching in the crowd. I really love Pokemon myself, so let's continue watching this amazing run by halqery.
So I'm gonna go for a pretty tight strat here for the boss. So my controller does have the auto-fired functionality. I'm gonna go try to see if I can go grab a Red Bull from the vending machine before I am needed for any more inputs. So I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna assume this is a great moment for some messages. I did not expect him to get up and get some Red Bull, but hey, he's you gotta do what you gotta do. But we are the Benelux Speedrun Gathering, a dedicated organization focused on hosting marathons within the Benelux region. Currently, we are excited to be live streaming our event from our new venue, the Fletcher Hotel in Nieuwegein, the Netherlands. We're raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues. Mind strives to provide support to individuals and families facing mental health challenges. All of your donations will go to Mind. Check out more on-site speedrunning events from our partners, NSG Fall in 2025 in Gjerdrum, Norway, on September 19 to 21st, and UKSG Blue in 2025 in Glasgow, Scotland on September 27 to 28. If you're looking for more speedrunning content, please go check them out. I'm personally really hyped for NSG in Gjerdrum. Definitely check that out. It's going to be such a blast. Did you know BSG also supports small community events as well? You can see events like the Misfit Mascot Relay happening live on our Twitch channel. In every region of the world, mental health disorders surpass 10% of the population. Governments seem to lack momentum in reducing the burden of mental health problems, as only 55% have mental health awareness and only 8% have suicide prevention plans. Organizations like Mind help raise awareness to the issue, helping us get one step closer to a world where everyone gets the help they need.
All right, looks like I made it. Well,
welcome back.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive run to the vending machine. Okay. I almost threw because I left my phone here, and I have Apple Pay on my phone to find the cards easier. So I actually had to reach into my wallet, which was a little bit of time loss. But luckily it worked out. Okay. So, as with the other Titans, this one gives us a movement upgrade. And this gives us the ability to swim, I think. Yeah, it's the ability to swim. Because me and Chrysosaurus in chat, we did this run for ESA Winter 2023. And at that point, there was a very big glitch in the game where gliding and then stopping your glide and curving a certain way and then gliding again and straightening yourself out would just give you an enormous speed boost. Where like you could just fly across the map in like seconds. So we actually routed in the Great Tusk or Iron Treads, which is the next one we're going to first, so we can get that gliding ability. So yeah, and we need the ability to swim to get to the Dragon Titan, so the Dragon Titan can't give you swimming, so process of elimination. And I lost that race because I threw very early. Cheers. Damn, that gives you wings with like 3 eyes. It's crazy. Okay. So now, for my next Twick, I'll come down here, grab this rare candy, and we're gonna do another leveling sesh. I think I might have done that wrong. It's okay. Yeah, that's right. All right, cool. Hi. It's okay. I'm carrying extra Nimona. Are you serious? Okay. I was trying to land on like the smallest slope known to man like this. But on that one, I just failed, I guess. Oh, okay. I was like an inch from the slope. I see. Got it. Understood. Okay, so I don't think I've missed the cycle on Iron Treads. One of the advantages of Violet is that the Iron Treads Titan kind of just runs in a giant triangle around this desert. But by that rock to the right in the far distance, that's where the Great Tusk Titan would be chilling, and he doesn't move at all. So you have to kind of run across the desert to get to him, which loses a lot of time. And also we have the advantage of being able to use low kick, super effective low kick on Iron Treads as opposed to super effective acrobatics, because super effective low kick is stronger. Therefore, one-shotting this on both phases is not a concern. But on Scarlet, you're not one-shotting this phase on the Great Tusk Titan. Yeah, not much to say about this. So if you have any more messages to read, now's a good time.
We always have some messages for you. PlayOn is a major distributor of physical games from Sega, Activision, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, Giant Software, and more. They're also known for publishing awesome titles like Dead Island 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Did you say Dad Island?
Dead Island 2, yes.
Oh, Dead Island, okay.
Check PlayOn out on TikTok and Instagram under the handle @playon_BNL.
They said Dad Island. It's an island full of dads.
No, it's like dads, as in
Yeah.
not alive anymore.
After the second time, I knew what you meant. It's like, where can I find that? Dad Island is where Professor Turo is stuck right now. Yeah. Oh, he's all alone on Giga Chad Dad Island. Oh no. Why is the Pokemon listening to him such a high level? That is a fantastic question. I mentioned earlier that for most Pokemon games since the beginning, level has always been dictated by how many badges you have and what level the Pokemon is at that moment. But Legends Arceus actually started this thing where the new obedience mechanic is met level. And we met this Flamigo at level 17, which is below all badge thresholds. So from the moment we've had it, we were set for life on obedience, no matter how high of a level it got. So we would have only had problems if we caught like let's say a level 21 Halucha, for example. That Halucha would have problems until we got the first badge, and then never again, because its met level was level 21, for that example. Thank you, Yugi. All right, so now we have the ability to fly. I mean, glide. This is gliding. We're not playing the DLC, so no flying. I don't want to hear any messages, but how are you doing today? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today?
I'm still a little jet lagged, but I spent like 12 hours in bed today, so I'm trying my best to fix it.
You're gonna be able to stay awake the entire run?
Oh, absolutely.
These cutscenes are pretty long. I can imagine like you sometimes fall asleep during them, or is it not that bad?
No, my next planned trip in a few minutes, I'm actually gonna go refill my water bottle. So the getting up and moving around will help, kind of jog, keep my mind active and my body and all that. So
that does sound good. You know where to find it, right? The water.
Oh, this is a much better trip than the vending machine.
Yeah, and it's free water.
Yeah, the Red Bull is not free, but the water is definitely free.
Maybe next BSG we can have like an energy drink dispenser as well. I will vouch for it.
Just the same thing as the water, but it just spits out Red Bull when you pull the.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not dangerous.
It will be fine. We're all very responsible here, right?
What's the water bottle fill world record? It's not really something that's achievable. I just have to be back before the game wants me to be. Okay, so now that we have the ability to glide, it's actually really convenient because we have to come here to handle Kofu's situation, the guy whose wallet we were given. This is where he went. So it's really like the routing is so sweet for things like this, where it's like, oh, we just happen to be Great Tusk, and now we're already here for Iron Treads. Now we're where the game wants us for Kofu's mission. Because like going to activate the cutscene where you get the wallet and then coming here, there's just nothing in between that really makes it worth making that specific trip. But if you route things in this way, you're kind of just always doing something on the way to the next thing, which is nice. So this guy can be a little bit annoying, never really lethal, but both of his Pokemon have Aqua Jet. So he's more than capable of just adding like 5 seconds to my run if he feels like it. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, buddy. Okay, so I was kidding. All right, that's fine. So now we have to do the auction. So Kofu is going to give us 50,000 Pokédollars, and our objective is going to be to spend as little of it as possible because he lets us keep what we don't spend. So we're actually going to make out like a bandit, get this item for him for 35,000, and get to pocket the other 15,000. I'd say it's a good hustle. I'm actually going to open my TCG Pocket pack. I just got a notification that that's ready now. Should I do the Ho-Oh pack or the Lugia pack, chat? Oh, I gotta say no to this, or give the second item, because if I say what's the winning bid, he's gonna tell me how to gamble or auction. Lugia? Okay, thank you. All right, first card's a Sunkern. Then I got Will, Corsola, Chinchou, and Xatu. Xatu's new at least. That's a new one. Cool. Huge. W. All right. Anyways. So now that we've done that, the old route would dictate that we go to Tatsugiri first, the Tatsugiri Dragon Titan. However, I'm going to go to Larry first because Larry's Pokemon give you attack EVs, and it's only going to give you like 1 stat point maybe. But, you know, anything helps because that Tatsugiri fight is not fun. So you're supposed to fight a bunch of trainers around here to get an idea of what the secret recipe is here, but it's the same thing every time, so as long as you just memorize it. Not too hard. Just good old 1, 2, 3, 2. And then rip all those people, I guess. Shouldn't have sat in that section. They signed the waiver. Hope they at least got like free food or something to entice them. Like, look, this section, if somebody comes in to fight the gym, you're all gonna die. But meals on the house. So everyone's just rolling the dice when they eat here. I'm surprised, like, when the trainer walks in with the Pokeballs on the hip and everything, like, they're not just like running in fear from that section. I don't know, they're a bit more chill about it than I would expect them to be. No sense of self-preservation, those people. Okay, so Gym Leader Larry. You know, I'm not super confident in my stats and everything, so I'm just gonna spam acrobatics. I think I could technically wing attack this Kamala, but acrobatics isn't that much slower. And it's guaranteed to kill all of them, so. Or KO all of them. Sorry, Pokemon. Okay, I just had to double check. I did indeed use the correct amount of EXP candies in the correct order. It was just kind of thrown off from what my notes say because I got Rufflet. Rufflet just added a little bit of a wrinkle to things. Because normally if I don't get Rufflet, I would use one of my EXP candy M's on Fuecoco. But I didn't have to now. This part is needlessly long, so if you have any messages to read or any other incentives to shout out. What do we got going on Thursday? What's on Thursday?
What runs are on Thursday?
Yeah, what incentives do we have for those runs?
Incentive for the runs on Thursday. Let me look them up really quick. I think actually... you're actually putting me on the spot here. I know where like the incentives are, and I don't know specific dates.
Oh, just scroll down and go like 3/4 of the way down the page. That's fine.
I think there's actually like a slight issue with like the date system being broken for this event.
Oh.
I have no idea. I would have
what's the farthest out incentives that we have open?
I see like at the bottom there's a glitch showcase.
For what game?
For Sonic Heroes.
Oh, that's awesome.
With critical hits.
Oh, that has so... Wait, that's like the last run. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's probably
the very last run of the marathon.
Okay, so it actually still orders. It's just not sorted by date.
Mm-hmm.
So I would...
Yeah, Sonic games, especially like mid-2000s Sonic games, are horrendously buggy. Sonic Team, famously good developers. So yeah, I definitely want to see that. If you're looking for something, if you're torn, if you're sad that you missed the opportunity to pick Scarlet or Violet, that's what I would recommend. That has my endorsement.
There's no Scarlet and Violet glitch showcase?
This is the glitch showcase.
Fair enough.
Look, I don't want to give things away for free, but I mean, like, you know, I'd hate for there to be an incentive than just things happen for free.
Yeah, true.
I was weird. The camera was not oriented the right way for a moment there. I'm hoping there's no glitches because most of the glitches in this game are not beneficial for me. All right, dog. All right. Oh, please make that. Fine. I'll accept that. So if you want to talk about Switch 1 versus Switch 2, this lake in particular was one area that never got better on the Switch 1. And now we can look at it, but I'm still not going to. Because I am used to doing this a certain way. I'm going to just look at the sky. Because like muscle memory is just like deeply way too ingrained. I'm used to looking at the map to know where to go. By now we're going to be starting to like drop like a rock. I'm going to land like right in front of the Titan. There could be an incentive to showcase the Switch 1 to Switch 2 difference. I don't have my Switch 1 with me. So somebody would have to, you know, hook me up with one, but it's a little bit late for that anyway. Thank you. All right, no confusion. That's good. Okay. Okay, just completely ate my jump there. I've never seen that animation before. It looked really weird. That's okay. All right, so this Titan actually has 3 phases instead of 2. So we're gonna fight the Dondozo again. And then we're gonna have to fight the Tatsugiri. And I should be safe in all cases. Like I shouldn't be slower than the Tatsugiri at all. But we'll see, hopefully. So it's actually the return of our useless Squovit friend. Actually, the genetically, you know, rolled a nat 1 on the Punnett square Squovit. You know, completely talentless. It's actually evolved into a talentless Greedent. And it has some moves that are beneficial, but it's not really that much of a needle mover in this fight. That was not a good roll. I don't think there's anything Greedent can do to make me finish this off in one turn. That was a nice gesture. That's what I wanted you to do, but that roll was pathetic. Yeah. If Greedent uses double edge? No. Okay. Thanks, Greedent. Appreciate it. And we're done with the fight. GG's. Dubs all around. No more. GG no re. Alright, let's go get our Urban Mystica, but then... Oh, wait. We have to fight the little fish. That's the real Titan. Ruh-roh. Alright, so... I have died to this thing in pretty pathetic ways before. That's also not a good roll. What's wrong with my Flamigo? My bird don't work. You missed takedown? Oh my god. I needed you, bro. Like, we weren't... Greetings. Stop sucking for like 1 second. What is takedown's accuracy? It's like 85, isn't it? 80, 85? There you go, buddy. You got him. Good job. This fight is so horrible. That was actually like not even too bad. I mean, no, like I still lost a turn on each of the second phases. 85% classic. Classic 85% miss. So what have I been hit with? Like, I accidentally did not switch out Flamigo for Lechonk and had to fight Nemona 2 and Nemona 3 rather. And it just so happens that I acrobatics her Palmy and it had static and it static procced me 30%. A lot of silly things so far. But yeah, that is the last of the Titans. So we've got a big cutscene coming up featuring daddy issues. So if you have any messages to read, now's a good time.
There we go. Okay, I'm back. BSG is happy with Lewis as our premium microphone sponsor. Where they focus.
What a fitting.
I actually no. Okay, this has not. The audio issue had nothing to do with Lewis. Do not
Okay.
worry. It was not the microphone. It was a slight error at one point. It was not Lewis.
It's
I did not even realize when I started reading this. BSG is happy with Lewis as our premium microphone sponsor. With a focus on your needs and the help of modern and precise manufacturing techniques, Lewis creates audio gear that makes you sound exceptional, whether you're a recording artist, content producer, or streamer. If you want to upgrade your stream to the next level or need an edge in the studio or live on stage, check out the extensive Lewis library of award-winning products to find the right microphone for your budget and needs.
All right, so now we've reached the climax of the dog, the sick dog arc, the heartstring tugger. Slowly but surely, the Mabostiff has been getting up. Like at first, it opened its eyes, and then it woofed, and then it kind of started moving its limbs. And I forget what happened in the other two, but now it's going to actually stand up and be actually able to fight. And there's actually a cutscene we're skipping here. It's like our fourth skipped actual cutscene, where they're like having a dramatic reunion and there's sad music because like the dog's finally better and it's touching and all that good stuff. Anyways, yeah, Turo's gonna call and ruin it. Oh, this is Turo, and now we can climb. So. There's not really. I'm trying to think if there's anything we couldn't access until now without climbing. Technically, you can go anywhere in the game without climbing. It just makes getting to some places a little bit quicker. Like our path to oh my gosh, I can't remember. Alfrenata, I think it's called, the psychic place, the place where the psychic gym is. Like that's faster with climbing because otherwise you have to go through a pretty complex cave system and some like scaffolding, like really high ledges you have to kind of navigate across, and like it's really bad. But now that we have the climbing ability, we can just climb the wall. A Chungus, good one. All right, so now Arvin is waiting for us at the lighthouse that we saw him at the beginning of the game. He's gonna be waiting there for about 2 more hours. Hopefully he has something to do. But yeah, we're gonna go do other things. Namely, we're gonna go fight Kofu, and I am praying that it's not Sandstorm. Cool. It's not. It's a little bit too early to celebrate. I mean, Sandstorm isn't really even that bad. It only loses like 10 seconds from the procs to it. Yeah, there's not really a lot to say about this gym in particular. It's literally just going to be wing attack spam. So if there's anything else to read, any other runs to promote, anything at all to give a shout out to, now's a good time.
Yes, yourbuild.nl is a Dutch company that specializes in custom PCs made to order. Perfect for gamers, creators, and professionals. Every system is tailored to your exact needs with high quality parts, clean cable work, and thorough testing. They offer both gaming PCs and workstations, focus on performance, silence, or aesthetics, depending on what matters to you most. Check out their Twitch to catch live PC builds or browse their custom work on Instagram, both under the handle @YourBuildPCs. YourBuild currently only sells and ships systems within the Netherlands and Belgium, so whether you're planning a future build or just stopping by for inspiration, you're always welcome at yourbuild.nl.
Yeah, so I can sadly not take advantage of that. But if you live in the Netherlands or Belgium, you definitely should, hear them out at least. Take them up on their offer.
I mean, you're in the Netherlands right now, right? You can order it to the
I
hotel.
know, but I don't have a shipping address. Oh, I'm not staying here that long.
Fair enough.
It looks like I have it delivered next year. Just put it on hold for a year. It's fine. Put it on layaway. I'm sure the parts won't be outdated in a year. All right, so luckily, the way the weather works is as long as the weather was not present when the battle began, it will not impact the battle at all. So it could start sandstorming right now and it wouldn't have any impact on me, which is good. Because the weather is random, but the effects are, you know, the effects are what you'd expect, like from any other Pokemon game. Like, you know, it's going to do the 1 in 16th health tick every single turn. And that's not really the problem. The problem is how slow it is. So, good to avoid that. Because, yeah, it quite literally adds 10 seconds to this fight. Oh, you know what? I'm really excited, though. After this split, we'll get to see our American bald eagle friend, Rufflet. You know, this alt strat. Shoutouts to Pulse Effects for the inspiration to do this. But yeah, I mentioned it near the beginning of the run, but for those that weren't here, the biggest problem with using Fuecoco and by extension Crocolore on Katie is that if it's raining, tough luck. You know, you're going to do less damage because God said so. But Rufflet does not have this problem because Rufflet's using flying moves, and flying moves have, you know, no negative repercussions for it being raining. So catching the Rufflet's about as fast as watching Fuecoco evolve. It's actually a very solid alt strat. It's kind of up in the air whether it's actually faster or not. It's definitely more consistent, though. But yeah, it is indeed Rufflet. It is indeed Rufflet time. So, the gyms are routed in this way, where we're doing Katie next, and we want to use kind of a weak Pokemon to beat Katie, because, you know, that first Nemona battle that I definitely just fought just to show it off in all its entirety. That one, they do give you the chance to change your party before you fight her. And as well, when you've gotten 7 badges, like the next gym building you walk into, you're gonna have to fight Nemona. Or when you have 6 and you're going to your 7th gym, when you walk into the gym building, you're gonna have to fight Nemona. But this one, she's ready to fight you. We have 5 gym badges right now, or we're getting our 5th rather. And she's like ready to fight, but she doesn't have her Pokemon with her. So she'll be ready to fight after you're done with the gym battle. So you don't get the chance to change your party before you do this Nemona fight. So you want something that can beat the gym leader, but can lose to Nemona, ultimately. So it's just convenient that we have a gym leader here that we can beat, Katie, and we have a Pokemon that can lose to Nemona that can defeat Katie, which is Rufflet and or Crocolore. Every day I'm Rufflet, I sure am. If I can help it, if I can find one. Little suckers are hard to find sometimes. And I did write down in my notes earlier that Wing Attack is indeed slot 2. I've got so much time to just kind of pour over notes and just research things, like make sure when it is time for me to provide input to this game, I know exactly what I'm doing. Because the Rufflet level ranges that you can catch are between 21 and 27, I believe. And, you know, I think Rufflet gets a move at level 24, which kind of offsets, like, depending on which level you catch, where in the list Wing Attack is going to be. Yeah, it is indeed Rufflet. Yeah, normally if you use Crocolore here, you have to actually go in the menu and teach Crocolore Incinerate, because Ember doesn't kill her Teddiursa Ace, but Wing Attack does not discriminate. Wing Attack will devour all, so that's fine. It's actually also like an extremely fast animation. Look at my handsome boy just winning this battle. Go Rufflet. But yeah, for the end of this battle and into the Nimona battle, I don't really have much to add. So if you have any other comments or any other incentives to plug or anything at all, now's a good time.
Did you catch an unforgettable moment? Clip it and you might just see it featured on our socials. Speaking of socials, stay updated with our events by following us on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Instagram under the handle BSG Marathon. Get a behind-the-scenes look of the event and stay up to date with the latest news on our marathons, events, and more. You can also check out the VODs of our previous events on our YouTube channel or over at youtube.com/BSG Marathon.
I just realized I said I was going to go fill up my water bottle during that last Titan battle. I forgot. It's fine. I'll find another moment to try to squeeze that in. Oh, I know when I can do it. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. Anyways, it's our 5th gym. And like I said, this is the one time we fight Nimona that we do not get to change our party beforehand. So that was the purpose for throwing a pretty low-level Pokemon at Katie, relatively, to our god Flamigo. So, yeah, now I'm going to show you that you can actually lose these battles. Okay, I forgot to do that last time. But yeah, the Lycanroc that she leads is literally just going to use the Accelerock and just put us out of our misery quickly, which is nice. Because Nimona, like, the main thing that's really slow about fighting Nimona that you saw with the last fight is she will always Terrasilize the last Pokemon she sends out. And if it wasn't for that, I'm sure there's some fights that it would be, like, kind of break even to just fight her on. But it's just not worth seeing that thing Terrasilize. And then after this, we're actually going to get to use that climbing ability I just mentioned, or that we got like a few minutes ago from the Dragon Titan. Because we're going up to the Psychic Gym, and we get to play the mini game that was probably the most buffed from the Switch 1, the emotional training mini game. That one ran at like 15 FPS on the Switch 1, and I do not say that lightly. But it is beautiful 60 FPS on the Switch 2. Now, if you're handheld, luckily it was 30 if you're doing this mini game on the Switch 1. Handheld got it much better off because the handheld rendered the game at 720p. The docked version forces 1080p, which it would have been nice to have had a choice about what resolution this game rendered at. Switch 1 has a video option for 480p, and it makes the game look like a PS2 game, which is really funny. It just looks like it should have a really long loading screen. Oh wait, it does. But I've not really tried to go pretty low on the video settings on the Switch 2. People claim that like it would save some frames or like a full second or something, but I never really bought into that. It still renders at the same resolution no matter what setting your Switch is set to. But yeah, easy fight. Gym. Now this movement's not really that easy. It's pretty easy to get lost going up this wall because it's a very big wall. Okay. Make sure I do this before I forget. I was about to say, where's the music? That was really unnerving for a second there. Okay, so first I gotta clear this gap. It's not too hard. It's a little bit tricky. Okay. There's a rare candy over here I need to pick up. My eyes are peeled because hopping in this game is horrific. And something can just spawn literally right inside of you. Or it can just be like invisible, like sleeping under a tree and just not visibly spawned in yet. A lot of clips of people like just having encounters with quite literally nothing. Then all of a sudden it becomes something. It's like, oh, duh, I should have just saw that there. Like, my bad. Like, it was really bad near launch with like Grayavard. Like, and we found out it's because like something with colliding with like a wall or a tree or something just made your hurt box like so massive that things that were nowhere even disputably near you would just cause encounters. Luckily, we've gotten that figured out. Just don't hit trees forehead. I'd be so mad if I was sleeping on a tree and someone ran over me on a bike. I try to fight them too, but the difference is where you spawned in or not. If you're despawning your model, your sprite, then that's kind of on you, I think, at that point. You don't really have a right to be angry. It's like riding a bicycle without your little reflector thing. Like you're not doing your due diligence, due care. It's out of my control, boss. I'm asleep. All right, good to hear. Good to hear. All right, so it's time for some emotional training. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what this minigame means. What? How is that the meta champ? Okay. Sure. So, luckily by this point in the run, you've started to really dislike what you're going through in this game. So it's a good way to just like emotionally release, I guess. It's really silly. I don't know what to say, except it's gonna tell me what buttons to press and I'm gonna press them. Emotional spectrum practice. Okay, so we're trying to make sure they want to know if we can use all of the emotions. I guess. I don't know. Like the green emotion, smile one. And smile one again. Or the happy one. But for the first round, you'll need to press 2 of the ones that it tells you to press. But if you have turbo on your controller, you can do this. That's fun. That gets annoying after a little while, so I don't like to do it too much. Compelling gameplay, thanks, man. Easy clap. My emotions are in check. Okay. So I think this girl has a Curlia, and it's gonna have a random ability. And I'm hoping it's not Trace, because Trace has a little animation of copying my ability. Please. Unlucky. Oh well. The Curlia has a random ability. No, this minigame never crashed the game. On Switch 1, if you didn't reset before Kofu, there's a lot of lag on the swoop in, the fly in on the camera to start the Kofu fight. And then after you left this gym, when you opened the map, there was a ton of lag before it actually opened if you didn't reset earlier. But on the Switch 2, that's gone. But it wasn't a crash. Now I need to do 5. This minigame is really counting practice more than anything, because I'll be trying to get 5 here and I'm like, oh wait, was that 3 or 4? So sometimes if I'm not paying attention, I'll have to do an extra one just to make sure I got over the threshold. Because nothing would be worse than thinking you did 5 and sitting through all of these and then finding out you have to do it all over again. And I love the lighting being bugged under the Metacham between the 2 textures there. It's brilliant game design. Anyways. This music also definitely not grating at all. Luckily, we're done with that. And this guy has Grumpig and I think a Metacham. And neither of them are threats either because they're like 20 levels under. Yeah, 30. He also has an NDD, which doesn't matter at all. It's irrelevant. It's just the second of 3 things that add to a wing attack. But yeah, there's not much to say for the Tulip fight. It's pretty standard. So there's any other donations or any other incentives to shout out or anything of that sort? Now's a good time for that.
For tomorrow's run, the Final Fantasy IX run, which is going to be happening around like just like quarter to 8 a.m. So in like 7 hours. We have still like there's 8 donation incentives for character names. You can choose whether you can donate for just €3. You can choose what the characters are named. 5 are already have donations, but there's 3 without any donations at all. So it's still like anything can happen still. So it's just €3. You can pick it. The characters are Quina, Zidane, and Amaranth. It would be nice to have all of them be named. So
You can name one of them Flamigo.
Yeah, if you need some inspiration, you can do some Pokemon team names. Or pick your favorite runner. Or do any meme you like. Anything's possible.
Oh, that just reminds me. Oh, this is like ancient BSG lore, I think. But several years ago, Cruel did a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky speedrun, I think, for BSG, and he named the Vulpix after me. Like the partner Vulpix, and it was so whiny, and I was like, I'm offended by this. This partner's so annoying. Like, what is he trying to say? No, I love Cruel. Great guy. Just when you said naming things after things that they aren't, I'm like, oh wait, I think that was BSG. Very certain that was BSG. If it wasn't Cruel, it was Sniper Wave. One of those people. Now I'm curious. I gotta Google this. Okay. So the Frigoraph is... Oh, wait, that's not good. That's fine. I tried to press up and then press A, but it didn't take my up input. That's fine. Just one extra turn. Yeah, it was BSG Annual 2018. Yeah, like I said, a long time ago. And it was Sniper Wave, not Cruel. But I think Cruel might have been there on the couch or something. I don't know. Yeah, BSG's been running for a long time. I've been meaning to come out for a long time, so I'm glad I was finally able to make the trip and participate and help raise money. But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying the run. I do have the chat open, so if you have any questions about why I do things, I do get kind of jaded sometimes and just think that things are common knowledge or what I'm doing is clear. So I welcome any opportunity to just ask and ask for clarity. Especially between cutscenes, there's not a lot to talk about. But yeah.
I assume most of the time the reason is because it's slow? Or because it's fast?
Yeah, but I will not be taking any questions as to why I did not low kick the Frigoraph on turn 1. That was that was a mistake. Is Scarlet or Violet faster? Good question. Depends on the console. As far as we know right now, Violet is faster on Switch 2, and Violet has always had advantages when it comes to the version exclusive stuff. But on the Switch 1, Violet suffered from immense lag that Scarlet didn't have. Like, it was just 3 minutes slower for no reason. Even though every version exclusive thing should have made Violet faster, it still just was 3 minutes slower no matter what. And the theory was that it was Miraidon's jet trails that were lagging the game more when you're dashing. But now that the game's performing the same, Violet can actually capitalize on that advantage that it has with all the version exclusive stuff. And now it's presumably the faster version. Like the Iron Treads fight that I did. You can actually OHKO Iron Treads. You cannot OHKO Great Tusk. So you have to see like a turn from Scoville, and you have to see Great Tusk do something, and it's just not good. Great question though, paid chatter. No, this one. All right, so I'm not going to forget to change my Pokemon now. There will be no more fighting Nimona in this this run unless it's absolutely mandatory. So I did activate this gym test like an hour and a half ago, and we're finally doing it. So now we get to see that Pokemon really wanted us to show off and experience their awful sliding mechanics. You have very little influence over Miraidon, right here, the best thing I could do to describe this is you're supposed to treat them like a hydroplaning car and kind of steer in the direction they're going. It's a train wreck. It doesn't work. God help me. Yeah, physics have failed us. It's okay that I'm missing the gates, don't worry about it. Because all I had to do is beat a minute 30 by their timing, and every gate miss is only like 5 seconds, so I hit them when they're convenient. Where's your check? Don't worry about it. Okay, so the last optional Nemona fight here. Then we're going to fight Grusha, who I thought was a girl on my first playthrough. But I mean, like, in fairness, he's got very gorgeous eyes. So, like, hot. All right. But yeah, for this fight right here, there's not much to talk about. So if there's any other incentives, any other naming incentives you can produce here?
You mean other naming incentives? Let me really check.
So Chonk, no. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh, we have for Luvia 2, the Rise of Sinistrals, choose the name of protagonist Maxim, who already has a name, but
you can get a different name.
It's gonna be the Tuesday run at like 2 a.m. Later on, just like this one. So yeah, for there's no naming done yet. It's for just €3. You can choose a name for Maxim.
So you may have noticed that it just started blizzarding, which on the Switch 2 would be horrific. It would just neuter the frame rate. But luckily on the Switch 1, if it was on the Switch 1, it would kind of just obliterate the frame rate. Actually, it just showed up and now it's gone. I don't understand. The weather's supposed to roll every minute to 2 minutes, but that definitely was not here for a minute. Anyways. This is Grusha. He's like a snowboarder or something. I would much rather have used a snowboard to go down that slope than a Miraidon, but you know, I guess they didn't have any more. Yeah, everyone says like the Switch 2, the Switch 2s need to come out, but like I think there's a decent amount of burden that should have gone on. Like, your job as a developer is to optimize the game for the console. And if they were developing it for the Switch 2, sure, that's fine. But they definitely should have optimized it harder for the Switch 1. If anything, all they did was just optimize it for handheld. But not everyone plays on handheld. I also question their choice to, like, when you're in docked mode, force 1080p. Because this game did not need to be 1080p. Like, Pokémon Tournament DX on the Switch is 720p 60, and it's gorgeous. So, like, not everything needs to be 1080p. But I understood where they were coming from. This was, like, their first big adventure in HD, and they thought they had something here, I guess. I don't know. They tried. Yeah, that's also a possibility. It's just hard when the game has contemporaries such as Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and Breath of the Wild that came out years before it. And then, you know, just all the other fantastic Switch games that just run gorgeously. Then there's this. And then there's this. Yeah, Legends Arceus also runs better. But I will never forgive this game and the Switch 2 patch for making Arceus harder to look at. Because Legends Arceus is my baby. And now I have 60 FPS of this, and now I have to go back to Arceus sometimes, and it's hard because Arceus is only 30 FPS. I will never forgive this game for making Arceus hard to look at. That's not fair. We deserve a 60 FPS patch more. My darling game. It's a little choppy, but that's okay. I mean, it just says a lot about the Switch 2 that we're calling 30 FPS choppy for Pokemon. That's the title's so friend-shaped, man. Anyways, now it's time for a very stressful part of the run. I've got to try to backstrike 2 Haluchas. I've got 2 quick balls to use. And if I do get 2 backstrikes, they are both 100% chance to catch. But if I don't get a backstrike on either of them, or one or the other, it's only a 70% chance to catch. And I really would like 2 Haluchas because it's one more than 1 Halucha. That makes it better. All right, let's go. It doesn't help that it's nighttime here. Makes them less likely to spawn. It's okay. There is a backup Pokemon here. You can also catch Scyther. It performs the same role, but Scyther is much harder to catch. But the trade-off is that it's actually like statistically like much better to use. So there are 2 Haluchas here, but I doubt I'm going to do backstrikes. Sure, man. Whatever. That was me trying my best. Sure, 70%. Let's go for it. Cool. All right. I don't think I want to bother with the other one here. Where is it even? I don't see one. Oh, there he is. What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what? He didn't react to me at all. That was really weird. I love how I got 2 Haluchas that were both the minimum level. It's fine. That was really strange. Normally when you approach Pokemon, they have the exclamation point on their head, and now they've noticed you, and then they'll do their little shouts and everything. Or if they've already noticed you, they'll just run towards you. That one did neither of those things. It just kind of ran around. Shh, that was movement error. Okay. That's okay. It's technically my first encounter of the run. Fine. I'm throwing. There's not an instruction manual for this thing. Please be patient. Oh, I could have come down here. That would have been better. But like, it's risky to like come down here because you don't know if there's going to be a Halucha there or not. It's not really guaranteed. And then this is where my backup Scythers be if I needed them. Okay, so now that we're entering a cutscene, meeting my favorite character, Clive, we have time for some messages if there's any to read.
Yes, there's a 10-euro donation from Chrysosaurus who says, "Oh, good, you remembered."
Thanks, Crisis. You know, if you're a real friend, you would have donated before and said, "How? Don't forget to switch your Pokemon before the Nemona battle." But I'm glad you had 10 euros prepared to either criticize me or say, "Good job, you remembered." I like the option select there. This guy. This guy. Anyways, now, so the main reason we're starting Starfall Street so late is because in addition to them removing the ability to turn off animations, Another thing that Legends Arceus blessed us with is the inability to remove. Actually, it doesn't matter in Legends Arceus. But anyways, they removed set mode from this game, so you are forced to be in switch mode, which means if you have multiple Pokemon in your party, you'll be asked, "This Pokemon's coming up. Do you want to switch out?" And it's really slow. So we don't want to have more than one Pokemon in our party until we absolutely have to. So we're gonna kind of run a gauntlet right now. Hold on. I'm sure it's fine. Let's see. Oh my god, that is the worst attack I've ever seen. That's better. Okay. Sure. Alright, whatever. Okay. Actually, it might be really bad that I accidentally used that M on the Halucha, but hopefully it's not. I'm sure it'll be fine. Did I have an extra M? I think I did. I think I might have had 3 M's in my bag, and I used one on Halucha, and then I used the other 2 on Flamigo. In that case, I'm fine. I don't remember. That's in the past. I'm not gonna bring up old stuff. Okay, so the whole gimmick of these Starfall Street bases is that you have to have 3 Pokemon with you, which is why I was describing. You can't even Terra raids. Yeah, I'd love to. Let's go do a Terra raid and lose 5 minutes. So yeah, you have to have 3 Pokemon to even do these raids. So that would kind of interfere with our avoidance of that text box throughout the game to do it this earlier. Yeah, most of this Starfall stuff is going to be very self-explanatory, so if you have any messages to read, now's a good time for that.
We have a $5 donation from thextera and Friends, who says, "Halk, don't forget to change your Pokemon order before the Nemona battle."
Thanks, Amanda. I appreciate it. Thanks for looking out for me. What would I do without you 10 minutes after I needed that? Sorry, that message probably got lost in the pipeline and all that. I'm sure you submitted that like an hour ago, right? Right?
That one actually just came in.
All right, well, never mind. Never mind. Tried to give you an out. All right, so, but yeah, the whole gimmick with these bases is that you have to defeat 30 Pokemon in way too much time. They give you like 10 minutes, and we're going to be done with this base in like a minute and a half. You have to use the Let's Go mechanic. So that stop and go thing that we learned earlier will be very helpful here if I can actually do it consistently. Good. There's one. That one I just fumbled. Good. Nice. Ah, failed that one. Good. Failed that one. Fine. So I've got to keep kind of an eye on the health bars of the Haluchas. And Flamigo too, but Flamigo's fine. Flamigo's like way too high of a level anyway. But like this Halucha I've got in my party right now, I don't want to send him out against a Crabominable because he will probably lose to the Crabominable. Like that one over there, yeah. Forget that. Halucha can, or Flamigo can take care of that. Oh my god, my Halucha just died. That's so annoying. Whatever. That was actually a very above average fighting base. I will take that for sure. Oh, can you grab the shiny Wo-Chien? Sure, man. I'll go for it right now, actually. You know, that is time limited, right? If I don't get that soon, I'm never going to be able to get it again. Maybe we can... Never mind. I'll say maybe we can set up an incentive for it. But I don't want... Like, I don't... Well, I do have a file I could use, but... No, I'm not going to go get the shiny Wo-Chien. I don't want to go get a regular Wo-Chien. Okay, so the Starmobiles are the last Pokemon to come out. To come out of every one of these battles, and they're very, very, very strange. Like they have like set stats. Like this one probably has like 400 HP or something. It's really, really weird. But all I know is if I do this fight like this every time, it'll be fine. It's not very live Wo-Chien reaction of you. My bad. I'll be far more stoic if you'd appreciate that more. If you go wildly underestimate, you have my permission to get a Wo-Chien if somebody donates 50 euros. Define wildly underestimate, because I already lost a minute fighting Nimona unintentionally. Well, somebody did donate 50 euros earlier. They did the Electro King bit. Oh, no, I'm not. No, that's not possible. That would have to be world record. Absolutely not. Nope. There goes that plan. Just world record. All right, easy. Why didn't I think of that? No, not 10 minutes either. Like, I'm probably staring down the barrel of it. Actually, I can tell you. That's not fair. Wait, that just kill? That was so lucky. I don't think that was guaranteed to kill. You're supposed to use acrobatics on the turn, but that killed somehow. But it ate my down input. Do you do competitive? No, I actually don't like competitive at all. Yeah, I can tell you exactly what pace I'm on. Oof. Oof. Looks like we're on 449 pace, which is honestly fine. Yeah, not terrible. Still far under estimate, but not enough to do Wo-Chien. Maybe 450 pace. Yeah, Wo-Chien copers are gonna have to find another outlet for their coping. That's a great question. I don't know. I have not done it casually yet. Which is why I said I have a file I can do it on, because I can just go do it casually, but I don't know how long it takes, actually. I'm pretty sure it's just isn't it just a mystery gift code? What do you mean one way to find out? Yeah, it's not even exciting. It's literally just a mystery gift code, I'm pretty sure. You guys don't want to see that. No, we can't do it because I'm not connected to the Wi-Fi. I'd have to turn off airplane mode and dox the Wi-Fi of the building. Nobody wants to see that. Non-shiny. It's even longer to get it as a non-shiny. Because I don't think I have any of the Wo-Chien stakes. I'm pretty sure. That would be awful. He doesn't know where the swords are. That's cap. I do know where the swords are. They're on Google somewhere. Oh, but funny story about the poison base. The current world record on Switch 1 was done on update 2.0.2. And the whole 2.0.x update line had a massive problem with the poison base that was kind of famous. I don't know if anybody heard about it. Basically, for unknown reasons, sometimes when you finish the poison base, there would either be a 16-second load or a 1 minute and 45-second load. You just kind of rolled the dice. It's fine. Nobody else wanted to run it, but I did. And it was the best time to run it, I guess. I don't know. It's still the world record today. I would say it happened like 1 in 10 times where I got the long load. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, luckily Indigo Disc fixed that. I think. I hope. If not, the Switch 2 definitely did, right? Anyways. Yeah, not much to say for this base other than that. So if you have any other messages or anything else to shout out, now's a good time.
Do you like skateboards?
No.
Do you also like raccoons?
Sorry.
Okay, well then never mind, I guess.
All right, so no kidding.
Well, and Tanuki Sunset is the game for you. Rise through aesthetically pleasing courses while performing radical tricks. Will you master the way of the board? Check out Tanuki Sunset on Steam and Nintendo eShop. Plus, if you donate a minimum of €10, you'll be entered for a chance to win a Steam key. Thank you, Rewind Games, for providing these keys.
If you guys want to play Tanuki skateboarding, it's on the Switch 2. It might even be on the Switch 1 even. I don't know. I hear eShop and I think both. I hear playable on Switch 1 and compatible for Switch 2. So, unrelated to that load I just mentioned, there was another load problem on the Switch 1, which is much less severe, which was there for the entirety of the Switch 1's lifespan. You actually had to end this base at in a certain spot. Otherwise, Atticus would take 10 more seconds to load. It was really funny. Like just the silliest things that would just kind of wall you out, slow you down. If you have anything to read, now's a good time.
We have a $5 donation from Chrysosaurus who says, since you really want reminders / want backseating, let me remind you of 1. To buy vitamins before the ghost gym. 2. To use the vitamins before the ferry base. 3. To deposit your Pokemon before Clive. 4. Remember that you are playing Violet version in the interview. And do not deposit before Final Limona. You are playing Violet in Area 0. And 7, you are on X Special on the final fight.
Thank you.
Hope you remember all of this in the next 2 hours. Oh, and one more thing. Don't get effects board. Have fun.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right, thanks. Yeah, I definitely was going to consider that whole 33% chance I have no control over. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, effects board's really bad on the Clive fight. Yeah, it's really rough. Yeah, I can't imagine anybody that would possibly misclick X Special on the Ortega fight. I can't think of anybody. It wasn't actually me. I'm just not wasn't me. Okay. Is there anything else to read?
I can read some things for sure.
Oh, it still says it was a donation pen.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to.
Yeah, no worries.
But if you want, I can do some messages.
Can you read those messages from Crisis in like an hour? No, I'm kidding. Don't do that.
I already just. I just clicked it off.
Don't do that. I don't need it. I don't need his backseating.
I mean, if he donates another €5, he can give you hints.
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to keep donating €5 to say something. Yeah, if you have anything to read, now's a good time.
Ever wanted to become a cult leader? In Cult of the Lamp, you play as a possessed lamp rescued by a mysterious stranger who must repay his debts. Explore mysterious areas and gather adorable followers. The top 10 donors on Wednesday will each receive a guaranteed Steam key. Plus, we'll be giving away more keys during the Cult of the Lamp speedrun. Thank you, developer Digital and Massive Monster, for providing these keys.
No, we can't go emote only mode because everyone's going to kick W or lull as soon as I make a mistake. Can't have that. That'll hurt my feelings more than words. Because I'll be able to see that out of the corner of my eye easily. No, you may not Luigi spin. Yeah. Yeah, they still can. But with all the letters on their keyboard at their disposal, they're less likely to, right? Thanks for the gas. Appreciate it. So I do have the option right now. I could go buy some bottle caps to kind of perfect this Flamingo, but I don't really need to. I think I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Plus, I'd like to see if I can get a sub 450. I don't know if I can anymore. That Nimona thing was really bad earlier. That was a lot more time than I thought it was. Probably like a minute and a half. But I mean, I'm on still like 450 pace, like at worst, so this run's actually not that bad. This bird is 18 attack, 11 speed. So I have to sell a couple things, but that's fine. No, hypertraining only requires level 50, and we're actually level 50 by the first time we actually pass that guy. Yeah, the bird's okay. It's like 20 total vitamins, 19 vitamins. So I just gotta sell a couple things. I literally just have to sell the 4 Terra Blast TMs, and that's it. Actually, it's actually really clean. So the 5 Terra Blast TMs, sorry. I'm so nervous to run into a Pokemon because, like, I don't know. It feels like maybe this is just, you know, confirmation bias, but it feels like they don't just pop up right in front of you anymore. As long as you're underestimate, BSG won't ban you. Well, I'm glad I gave them a generous estimate then. That could have been really egotistical and been like, you know what, 450. But obviously, as we know now, that would have been a bit too ambitious. You know, because who could have predicted I wouldn't have switched the Pokemon? Don't answer that, actually. Okay. So the fire base, honestly, is probably the easiest one, I think, in my opinion. Like, it's the easiest one to get a decent time in. There's just so many spawn spots everywhere. Do I at least get the kickback on the refund of like how much money it was for the hotel room? Or are they just gonna pocket it? Hell, I might throw for that. Good to know, good to know. I was stuck in a corner. I'm like, man, I want to give them a sub 5 estimate. Because I definitely can do it sub 5, but I don't know how low I want to go here. Oh, it's Charlos. Charlos the Char Cadet. That's about as important as Charlos is. I just think his name is funny. Okay. So I haven't really mentioned this Cassiopeia figure yet. They're just some hacker that's able to just like infiltrate our phone despite not having our contact information. And they really, really, really want to see the whole Team Star administration topple for some reason. So we're gonna help them. A 4:52:30 estimate. What a specific time. That would be a challenge to beat from here. I would have to kind of gamer lean and lock in for that, I think. Ugh, I'm throwing. Okay, wait. Hold. If I had a Crocodile here, for some reason I'd have to be worried about sending Crocodile out against the Nummels, but luckily he's not here, so. That's 909, I'll take it. There's people in the chat like, oh, I don't know if I want to submit to this marathon anymore. That's funny. No, BSG's been a great experience. Like I'm friends with the organizers. So like I've been meaning to come here for a while. I had a lot of fun when I came to the Netherlands 3 years ago on a personal trip. So I knew I wanted to go back. Still a lot to see here I haven't seen yet. Gonna add an hour to my estimates in the future just to be safe. Yeah, good call. Good shout. I'll do that next time. I really like my hotel room. It's really nice. So while we're learning about the backstory of Team Star here during the epilogue of the Firebase, if there's anything to read, anything to shout out, now's a good time.
There's always things to read. Thank you to Fletcher Hotel Nieuwegein for providing us with a
thank you for the hotel.
Yes, thank you for providing with a new venue bigger than ever before. This new space allows us to host our growing community. And I think right now this event we have even more coming than last BSG Plus, which is really insane. There's just so many people coming. And we have awesome prizes up for grabs this year. With a donation of just 10 euros, you'll be entered to win a range of great rewards. And if you donate 50 euros or more, you could even take home the Leeward Ray microphone or the AOC PC Gaming Essentials bundle. Every donation helps to support our charity Mind. Explore all the prizes at bsgmarathon.com/prizes.
Okay, so I'm like teetering on the edge of 450 to 451 pace, I think. I miscalculated a little bit earlier, but that's fine. Just gotta lock in. Should have a place to sleep tonight. But no, there's nothing that can go like catastrophically wrong to make me lose like 4 minutes. Well, besides effect spore, but that's not really up to me. Yeah, so I mentioned like this route is pretty safe. Like no matter what Flamingo you have, like you're pretty much guaranteed like to do well. But there is 1 or 2 fights you can lose, which are Professor Clavel, Director Clavel, or Hassel can also be kind of a pain if you mismanage it. Because he has a Dragalgy with Poison Point, and if you don't manage that well, you could just die to the poison. But Clavel, you can straight up lose through no fault of your own. If you get like sleep, if you get sleep from effect spore or paralysis, something you have to heal. You don't have to heal paralysis, but you have to heal sleep. And then the Quacklevolt does Aqua Step and becomes faster than you. And then it does Ice Spinner or something to where it kills you in 2 turns. That's, you know, them's just the breaks. Like, what are you supposed to do? Get outplayed. GG Nuri. But every other fight is safe for the most part. All right, so this is actually our second to last Starfall Street base. So our last one for a little bit, because after we do this one, we're gonna actually take a break to do the double battle gym. While we have Pokemon in our party, you know, while we're mandated to have that as part of our thing, we might as well go do the only gym where we have to have multiple Pokemon in our party. So we're literally taking care of every objective in this game that requires multiple Pokemon in the party all in a row. So then when we're done, we can just get these things out of our party and never look at them again. Now, this base is another one where on the Switch 1, you wanted to end in a certain spot to decrease the load time. And this is some muscle memory I've not been able to shake personally, so my route might look kind of weird, but it's something I'm very comfortable with. Although it may not be the most optimal thing in 2025, but that's okay. So we're certainly not doing these Starfall bases in the correct order, because this Murkrow is level 19. This is actually the first one you're supposed to fight, and then the fire one, and then the poison one, and then fighting, and then fairy, and then fighting. So we actually did the hardest one first, technically. But this was just the most convenient order for us in this particular run. Yeah, if there's any messages to read, now's a good time for that as well.
Huge thanks to Hot Games for providing the board game Flam Rogue as a giveaway prize. Be sure to check them out on Instagram at HotGamesNL for awesome games and updates. And support our event for free with your Twitch Prime Gaming subscription. Unlock a set of awesome exclusive emotes and show your support in style. Want any more?
Yeah, one more's fine.
Did you know BSG supports small community events as well? You can see events like the Misfit Mascot Relay happening live on our Twitch channel.
One more.
We're raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues. Mind strives to provide support to individuals and families facing mental health challenges. All of your donations will go to Mind.
One more. You know what? 2 more. Oh, come on, Halucha. Find it.
Janssen. Oh,
Please
sorry.
find it. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You got
Don't worry.
lost.
Stein Janssen IT courses offer IT courses for all skill levels, covering a wide range of topics including programming languages, cloud technologies, and AI tools, and integrations like ChatGPT. Courses are always up to date and focus on hands-on practical use. You can attend training sessions in Utrecht, Groningen, have one arranged at your own location, or join online, whichever suits you best. Courses are currently offered in Dutch, with English language options coming in the near future. Explore all the courses at xpgain.nl.
Yeah, that was not good. Like, I sent Haluch out against the thing, and it couldn't find it, and I don't know why. So I had to, like, turn around and make sure he found it. But then, like, I just got really bad RNG on the spawn, so I was like, ugh, just end this, please. But it worked out. I just lost, like, 20 seconds. It's fine. Whomst amongst us has not just lost 20 seconds because the game said no? Okay, so it might sound kind of silly because we're in the 80s on our levels, but if we were not scrappy here, we would take an Intimidate from this Reviv room, and we would have to use Acrobatics even though we're level 80, and this thing's like level 20 or so. Oh, it was the brain broken Hallucha. No, that makes sense. I believe that. The brain broken Hallucha. Just happy to be here. Yeah, God, they're both minimum level. Like, I have to go for the Sableye range because not a better option for me. One thing that's been really annoying to deal with running this game is, like, I'm not crazy. The updates, like, over Indigo Disc and Teal Mask and all that, I swear they changed the AI. Because there used to be a safe strat on one of the gym trainers for the Ghost Gym where if your Hallucha's not that good, you can just have Flamigo Acrobatics the Sableye that you're trying to hit the range on instead. And then have Hallucha Acrobatics the Drift Blim. The Drift Blim just uses self-destruct and you just finish the fight like that. But at some point it just started using other moves. Like, and it worked forever, just perfectly fine. Like, I was mentioning Shelter's Life Dew. Like, I think it was Teal Mask where we're like, this thing has Life Dew? It's like, for the whole time since release, it had Leer and Water Gun, and that's it. But all of a sudden, Little Brother's sporting Life Dew. Like, all right, man. So that's just been something that's been really hard to deal with throughout the patches of this game, is just dealing with the fact that these things can just grow new moves. See, all that to say is that, like, that's the reason I have to kind of go for the Sableye range, because I don't have a safety backup strat anymore. Like, I'm more inclined to see what the Sableye possibly has as a move. Okay, at least there's like a chance to kill the Sableye. It's like 12 and 16 for me, I think, with my Hallucha. There's no chance besides a crit to kill the Drift Blim. But I'm gonna see the Drift Blim do something that's probably not self-destruct if I choose to attack it with Sableye or with Hallucha. Oh, that makes sense, actually, Crisis. Yeah, because the Indigo Disc had a lot of double battles that were mandatory in it. So I'm sure they kind of rewrote the double battle AI a bit. That actually makes perfect sense. That doesn't explain why Shelter started life doing on the Teal Mask, though. That's okay. Just felt like it. Just really wanted to help. What a good guy. All right, so oh wait, I just was about to say it, but then I just didn't do it. I was about to say I have to sell things, then I walked away from the guy that does the sell things. Oh my god, there we go. Yes, sell. Okay. Protein. LP. Then I need 6 more of these. Then 9 of these, right? Yeah. You know what? I'll buy 1 more of these. Please consider it. All right. Sure. All right. Okay. And this is another gym test I activated early. So, there's gonna be a pretty precise strat here as well, where I'm going to try to go fill up my water bottle right now. All right, so I'll be back. Messages to read.
Thank you for the permission to read messages while you're away. I appreciate it. We have a donation incentive coming up for Final Fantasy IX, which is going to be in about 7 hours, 6 hours. Let me do the math real quick. I think it's like, yeah, 6 hours. 6 hours and a little bit. We have one naming incentive for this run that has not been named yet. So Quina still has no naming donations yet. So for just €3, you can pick a name for Quina. Someone donated earlier for Amaranth. It's going to be called Quagsire for €5. So if you have a favorite Pokemon or a favorite character in this game where you want to name Quina to, now's a great moment to pick a name of your choosing. Okay, let me look really quick. Playon is a major distributor of physical games from Sega, Activision, Koei Temco, Capcom, Giant Software, and more. They're also known for publishing awesome titles like Dead Island 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Check Playon out on TikTok and Instagram under the handle Playon_BNL.
Why do we need runners again? There's parts where it doesn't play itself, right? You need me. Every system needs an operator.
Good thing you were back in time, otherwise I would have noticed it was pre-recorded.
Oh, I could have AK'd this fight too. Yeah, luckily Turbo is legal for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet speedruns. And this controller happens to have an auto fire feature where I don't even have to be pressing the button. Alright, so this is the fight that I'm kind of worried about. MC Sledge has the Drifblim and the Sableye. And I'm hoping that Halucha can dispatch the Sableye. Its attack stat was decent, but it wasn't great. No, this game does not completely win itself. That's fake news. There's definitely parts where you have to work, I swear. I'll show you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the controller I definitely had in my hand when I walked off. All right, come on, Sableye. Just croak. Kick the bucket. Push daisies. Thank God. Oh, nice crit. Okay, I needed that. I maybe needed that. See, I could have AFK'd this whole all these fights. Maybe you don't need me. Any monkey could have done that. So, there's a new strat here, actually, in the last few months. Chrysosaurus in chat alleges that for the Rhyme fight, it's faster to just spam A the whole time. Because the strat used to be that we would deliberately keep the Mimikyu alive to skip a text box on Rhyme. But apparently it's not faster to skip it. It's faster to just take it and just kill the Mimikyu as fast as possible. Close the door. There we go. Oh no, we have a Nemona fight. I'm kidding, it's fine. So the battle's gonna start. There's a Bandit and a Mimikyu. Obviously Mimikyu has disguise, so all we can do is really break the disguise. And then a Houndstone comes out, and we used to just do wing attack on the Houndstone and then do like flying press or something on the Mimikyu to stall. And then Rhyme only has a text box if the Toxtricity is the last Pokemon it has, is the last Pokemon she has when she sends it out. She's like, uh-oh, I'm down to my last Pokemon. But if there's still the Mimikyu on the field, that text box doesn't happen. You guys ever heard a rap battle with no words? It was hard. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know. Part of me does wish that some of the gym leaders were more challenging. Because even if this fight, even if I'm technically not doing it as optimal as possible, like, it's still not hard. There are hard fights in this game, don't get me wrong. But I kind of wish the gym leaders kind of pose more of a challenge in this run. That's okay. I'm going to pretend I'm doing a lot of stuff really complex. Look at me go. It happened so fast, you guys have no idea what happened. Oh, I think I was supposed to... Am I fine? I'm fine. Oh, I already messed the fight. I'm sure it's fine. I was supposed to wing attack the Bennett, not the Mimikyu. Maybe you don't need me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't do that. That's really slow. I'm hoping with the Icy Wind, I'm still faster and everything. I should be, right? No, this is actually just like a next level strat. Because now Rhyme's going to send out 2 Pokemon and she's not going to have that text box I mentioned. There you go. This was actually just the elite play all the whole time. I'm not actually used to Toxtricity being in that spot, but that shouldn't matter. I actually don't know about Yeah, I think that's right. I think Houndstone has a lot of HP, so I wouldn't want to try that with Halucha, who, as previously mentioned, kind of sucks. Accidental world record coming? Oh, absolutely. You know, funny enough, the first time I ever got this world record was an accident. There was something I timed to be 3 seconds faster, but it turns out in a run it was 40 seconds faster. Come on, Lucha. We've been training for this. Oh, come on, Halucha. Halucha, no! Oh, come on! Every time. All right, now I might get evicted from my hotel room. No, I'm still like 453 pace. I'm fine. Oh, what is this? I get it. I'm slow. Oh, not an Omni boost. Oh, come on, dog. What is this? Hope you guys are enjoying the Let's Play. What do I even do? I can't do anything to you. Go, Flamigo, please. Oh, I might be in trouble. Please hit through it. Thank God. All right, we're fine. All because I accidentally hit the wrong Pokemon on the first turn. I was like, oh, it's mashing A, but I forgot to put in my brain, no, it's mashing A after you do this first thing on the first turn. I was supposed to wing attack Bennett and then just go ape brain and mash A. Yeah, oh, duh. Almost a reset. Yeah, we would have had to reset this run. That would have been pretty bad. You better run next time, right? Jeez, what pace am I on now? I don't even want to know. You. Yeah, like 453 pace. That's fine. Still far underestimate. Or probably not even 453. I'd say like 452 probably. If I don't get a 455 at least, I don't think I deserve to stay in my hotel room, honestly. Anyways, it's now time for the final star Starfall base, the fairy base. It's honestly the hardest. I don't actually know if I got healed. I'm gonna assume I got healed after that gym battle. Thank God I didn't assume that. I just probably could have waited. Actually. There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, that would have been really awkward on this trainer fight that I'm forced to do right now. Almost saw that. Almost didn't see that grave art. Yeah, doing more of those optimal landing on slopes to make the movement quicker things. Because otherwise you get those hard splat landings with like the 2 seconds of cooldown and it's really slow. And it's nice to have something like that to optimize because I really like movement and optimizing movement. So I like little quirky things like that. It lets me get really creative with movement sometimes. No, the correct play on that last turn was actually full heal on the Flamigo mid-battle. Because like that Hawlucha was doing nothing else. It couldn't because the Toxtricity was Ghost Terrid. And I had only fighting moves, so... You know what, Crisis? You gave me all those pointers in your €5 message, but you didn't tell me anything about make sure I click the right moves on the fight. I'm not happy with you. All right, so the Morgrim went first because it has Prankster. Prankster makes it so that status moves always go first, or they have priority rather. And luckily Nasty Plot's not a problem. But if it tormented it, I'd have to pay attention, God forbid. And I'd have to make sure I chose acrobatics instead of wing attack again, because the game does not like it if you try to pick the same move when you're tormented. It gives you like a 10-second breather timeout to make sure you understand what you're doing. It's really slow. It gives you plenty of time to like acknowledge your mistake and feel remorse for it. Like you go through like 3 of the 5 stages of grief when you're waiting for the cooldown for torment to go away. Okay, before I start this fight, this is very important. I need to go and use my vitamins. And I need to teach close combat. Over wing attack. All right, good. Okay. Now this base, it's kind of seen a little bit of a renaissance because of the Switch 2. So you always wanted to avoid the middle of this area on the Switch 1 because it was really laggy. But now obviously we don't know the meaning of the word lag. So we can kind of go wherever we want. I'm sure Crisis has made a better route that I haven't learned yet. Come to muscle memory, brain broken on the Switch 1 stuff. The good thing about about having 2 Hawluchas instead of 1 is because like just look at how much faster they fly like towards their targets than Flamigo. Like there's Hawlucha and there's Flamigo, kind of no hustle, no pep in his step there. Does not care. I just have these missiles you can just kind of fire off in every direction. And then Flamigo. Who again really wants to be here, I bet. Not bad. 9-1X is pretty good. Okay. He goes slow because he's carrying the entire run on his back. Retweet. That's actually something I didn't think about. My bad, I was unfamiliar with your game. God, is he? Especially with the mistakes I'm making. Oh, Flamigo, I'm sorry. I forgot to switch you out. Go defeat Nemona 3 real quick. Oh, Flamigo, I'm sorry. I accidentally clicked the wrong move. Please hit through this paralysis. You know, it never ends. Okay, I'm gonna not do what Crisis did. I'm actually gonna use the guard spec here instead of the X special. There we go. No, Naomi, everything's fine with the schedule. Don't worry. I did not. Nothing happened. I'm fine. I'm still on 453 pace, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about. My estimate is a 455. It's perfectly okay. I may or may not have just clicked the wrong move on a rookie mistake on Brian. So yeah, that's the safe strat for Ortega, is just guard spec and acrobatics, or guard spec X attack acrobatics. I'm surprised the Wigglytuff went for 2 play roughs. It normally tries to go for like a charm or baby doll eyes or something first turn, which is nice because the guard spec blocks it, but now I'm at really low HP. But it's okay because Starmobile didn't even try to put him up. Didn't even try to square up. So now I'm going to fly to the school. I'm going to fight Clavel now. It's a little bit early to fight Clavel, but it's the most optimal time for the route. And this fight's scary even if you do it after the Elite Four. So this is the dreaded Effect Spore fight. So Clavel has an Oranguru that you can't sit up on because it has foul play. An Abomasnow, it's mostly harmless. Houndoom's harmless. Poltergeist is harmless. And then a Moongus. A Moongus with its Effect Spore just kind of butters you up and softens you up for the Quackable that comes out after. It's really, really, really a nightmare. I mean, like, if it's Poison, I can play through it. If it's Paralysis, I can kind of ball out and play through it. But if it's Sleep, I have to heal, which is unfortunate. I have to heal, and then I could still lose, by the way, if I get Sleep effects board. Because if it's like the combinations I described earlier, like the Aqua Step, Speed Boost, into being faster than me, into doing Ice Spinner, or another Aqua Step, I don't know, if it starts raining, you know, let's just throw it all out there. You know, pending disaster, I can still lose, even if I get Effect Spore Sleeped and do something about it. So let's just not get the 30% chance. Easy. You know, it's definitely saved me before with the 2 statics I've received so far. You know, the 2 statics that I've gotten so far are from things I don't normally see. Like, I don't normally fight in the Mona 3 and get static from the Palmy. Well, actually, the second one wasn't static. It was discharge from the Banette. Because the Banette's usually dead the first turn. So that's actually the first time I've ever seen the Banette use a move. Okay, so we've reached the climax of the Starfall Street path, if you will. Cassiopeia has revealed themselves to be the big boss of Team Star. And like that completely shakes up my world because I'm trying to care about the storyline. It's a wrinkle for sure. So we're gonna go to the school because Cassiopeia told us to meet them there after school. I guess we're gonna get into a fight or something. I almost forgot. There we go. GLHF. But standing in front of the school is Clive. Yeah, I know. But I don't want to count it as that's never happened before because it was entirely my fault. That's not a good one to kind of brag about, like, oh, that's never happened to me before because I was incompetent. What? He was Clavel the whole time? No. No way. What? He was a nice guy. I know, that's what I said. That's why this split is named Clive, to not spoil anything for anybody on my splits. There tries to charm Naomi. You got it eventually. So, it can be raining in this fight. And I don't know if the snow actually overwrites it. I would not be surprised if it doesn't, because of how weather works. I would not be surprised if they're both active at the same time. But luckily, it was not raining when I entered this fight, so I think even if I'm asleep, I should be safe. I don't know. I don't actually know how good my defenses are because I didn't track them. Because typically, if you're not garbage, the only stats that matter are attack and speed. Oh, I'm just barely not level 81. That's spooky. Oh, no, wait. I'll be 81 for... Okay, I'm 81 now. It's fine. I'll do it. Okay, cool. No effect spore. Very good. Wasn't worried about a thing. Easy clap. All right, so given that I did get 81 right before the Quackable, I think my EXP is fine. I did accidentally use a EXP Candy M on one of the Haluchas earlier, but I think I had enough of the other candies and EXP Candy M's that I did end up using the correct amount on Flamigo. So, we're all good. I mean, it also helps that I caught 2 Haluchas. Because normally, like, the EXP route only accounts for you catching 1 and then not catching a Rufflet. So I've caught 2 extra Pokemon the EXP route assumes I would have caught. So, easy Clive fight. Pace pal check. Yeah, I'm still on 452, 453 pace. So sub 5 hype, although I literally have to drop did not get it. I shouldn't say that. When this game came out, everyone was trying to get the first sub 5, and I was so arrogant. I was like, I would literally have to drop did to not get a sub 5, and then it was late. I'd been working all day, and I completely threw, and I got like a 501 or something. So I shouldn't say that out loud. It'll happen. Some way I'll get a not sub 5 here. No, I need to go to the Elite Four. So the convenient thing about this is now the game wants us to go inside the school and then warp to the schoolyard. But beating the Elite Four will unlock Nemona, the final Nemona battle, and then beating Nemona will put us in the school. So then we can go to the schoolyard, and it's just more optimal that way. So it's really, really neat little routing tricks like this that really help the run kind of feel neat. Okay, so Crisis gave me some advice for the the quiz here. And I'm not playing on Scarlet, so I gotta kind of lock in. While I'm doing this quiz, if you have anything to read, now's a good time.
We are the Benelux Speedrun Gathering, a dedicated organization focused on hosting marathons within the Benelux region. Currently, we are excited to be live streaming from our event from our new venue, the Fletcher Hotel in Nieuwegein, the Netherlands. We're raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues. Mind strives to provide support to individuals and families facing mental health challenges. All of your donations will go to Mind. Check out more on-site speedrunning events from our partners NGS Fall, NSG Fall, I'm sorry. NSG Fall 2025 in Gjerdrum, Norway on September 19th till 21st. And UKSG Blue 2025 in Glasgow, Scotland on September 27th till 28th. If you're looking for more speedrunning content, please go check them out.
I got time for a few more.
All right. Did you catch an unforgettable moment? Clip it and you might just see it featured on our socials. Speaking of socials, stay updated with our event by following us on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Instagram under the handle BSG Marathon. Get a behind-the-scenes look of the event and stay up to date with the latest news on our marathons, events, and more. You can also check out the VODs of our previous events on our YouTube channel over at youtube.com/BSG Marathon.
Yeah, be very careful with this quiz because if I answer the wrong thing at all, I have to literally start over.
Like the beginning of the run, or?
Oh no, that'd be hilarious. I'd love that actually. It'd be so funny. But no, just the quiz. It's like really slow. So the first time I ever did this as a speedrun, as a joke, the last question is, do you like Pokemon? I said no. Apparently that's mandatory to be a champion in this game. Like you have to like Pokemon. Like I think there's people that are good at things that they don't like. I don't think that should matter, but I was really upset about that. I'm like, come on. I was trying to make a joke and then you just made me lose like 2 minutes because I had to redo this whole quiz again. Appreciate it, bestie. But it looks like I've passed the assessments. That's good. W's in the chat. W studying. Definitely didn't have notes up. Was that cheating? I don't think so. Just say it was an open book test. Okay, so Rika of the Elite Four, pretty simple. There's not really a whole lot that can go wrong here. There is a little bit of an annoyance at the end of the fight. Her ace is a Clodsire. It's not cheating if you don't get caught. Exactly. She has a Clodsire, and she's gonna Terrasilize it, and I'm just praying it does not use Protect. If it uses anything except Protect, we're fine. Like it just dies. But if it uses Protect, it literally just slows me down. And it could even like double Protect, even though it's like 1 in 3 to even work. Okay. No, it's not quad. What are the odds of that? It's like 1 in 27 or something, like on top of everything else. Crazy. I'm actually curious. I gotta go check now. Okay. I thought there was like a table for Protect. Oh, here it is. Okay. So yeah, it's like the Protect chance, the chance of working gets multiplied by or divided by 3 every time. So after the first turn, it's 1 in 3, and then 1 in 9, 1 in 27, 1 in 51, I think. I don't know. Something like that. 71, 81, I don't know. Numbers. Math nerd, help me out here, please. God, Claude. I'm already on bad pace. You better not do it again. Thank you. 0.137, I like those odds. Okay. Yeah, Rika's pretty simple. Poppy is a little bit spooky. Poppy is like actually the main reason we needed to buy all those proteins in the first place, because she has a Corviknight, and the Corviknight literally needs like all the proteins we bought just to go down to a close combat. It's pretty tough. So if I didn't do anything wrong, the Corviknight should just go boom, go poof. But you know, we'll see. Like it's silly that one of the hardest fights in the game is a literal 6-year-old. Like I don't appreciate being stressed about losing to a 6-year-old. They could have had this fight be like a more imposing figure than somebody who's not tall enough to ride most roller coasters. Oh, it's not right. Oh, I just messed up. I misclicked. I did. Oh, thank God. Fine. Shh. I thought I was... Don't worry about it. I thought I was on another move. I went 2 down thinking I was on another move, and that close combat was there. That's fine. I mean, it's not any fun if it's not close, right? Just gonna take that really safely. Just like inch my way down to double kick, because God forbid I cannot afford another input drop now. Never punished at all now. Now the Bronzong, I could low kick it. It's a range, but not anymore. I can't. Let's just close combat it, just to get that out of the way. And I will absolutely have to heal before fighting Larry, which is fine. The Tropius that he leads with normally does Sunny Day, but I feel like at my HP, he's more than welcome to use Air Slash or something that could kill me, so I'm not even going to take a risk there. And if he does Sunny Day, that's great, because then I'm already pre-healed for Hassle, because I would need to heal anyway. So... Oh God, I must have really good HP in defense. Like that should have been a lot more lethal, that Brave Bird. Good Lord. I wasn't even full health, I don't think. I think I took a Stone Edge from Donphan. It's crazy. Okay. Okay. So, Larry is a very silly fight, Larry 2, because he's a flying guy now. Hardest working man in Paldea, has 2 jobs just to make ends meet. We would not have to use an X attack on this fight if he had literally any other kind of Oricorio, but of course he has the electric one, so our acrobatics doesn't do as much. That's the whole reason we have to use an X attack. It's very silly. Like, there's like a Psychic Oricorio, there are other ones. I don't know which ones they are. Oh, that was actually my last healing item. That's not good. I think it's what the game said. I mean, I don't really need to heal for the rest of the game. Even if Tropius does do like Air Slash or something, I should be fine. Because usually the Noivern just goes for Super Fang. Which, like, you know, it's whatever. I know I still have a full restore left. I don't think the auto healing actually consumes full restores because of their ability to heal multiple things at once. Dude, come on. Come on! All right, man. I'm locking in. I took that personally. Why? Now I think I can die to the other guy. The Noivern. That's so annoying. Like, he never does that. Like, bro looked at my bag, saw what I had. I really hope the game wasn't telling me the truth when it said I had no items left. I hope that's not what it told me. I'm going to attempt to heal, see what it tells me. Maybe it just means I don't have the ability to heal to full anymore, which I will take that. That's fine by me. The Hassle fight's hard enough because the Dragalge has the poison point. But I'm pretty sure the Noivern has Air Slash 2. I'll just save. I will attempt to heal, and if I can't heal, I will save. I hate that I'm like finding a way to go over estimate, because it's so cliche for Pokemon to go over estimate. It's so annoying and cliche, and like everyone does it, but like I don't know. I feel like my hands are being tied and I'm being forced to go down to estimate, even though I was very generous with the estimate. I'm just seeing a lot of nonsense I've never seen before. But yeah, that Tropius like actually genuinely like usually goes for Sunny Day. I wish I knew why it didn't. Because it can't just be like 50-50, because it certainly prefers Sunny Day. But I wish I knew like what the conditions for what makes it do what. Or maybe it's like 80-20, I just got unlucky again. Could be something like that, I don't know. I don't think anybody's ever cracked the code for how the AI works in this game. For as far as I know, I think in some fights it's literally just picking a random move. I know that Elite Four has to be a little bit more. All right, let me. Oh, I do have. You're lying. Okay, we're fine. Oh, you have no healing items. There are 3 max potions sitting right there, dude. just try. True. I did estimate that this would be about 4 hours and 55 minutes. I just didn't think I'd be so exact with it. All right. So yeah, I thought the only things it would not use out of the bag were full restores, but I guess it doesn't also use max potions. It's good to know. Alright, so I'm just gonna pray the Dragalge doesn't poison point me. Although if he does, I have a full restore to kind of back it up. I may just be able to live anyway. Alright, cool, no poison point. Good, easy. Easy clap. Alright. Yeah, if you get poison pointed there, there's 3 ticks, I think. So depending on how much the poison damage did to me, I could have made a judgment call to see, okay, can I survive 2 more of those? And then, yeah, we would have gone from there. Yeah, while I'm getting my freelo over here, if you guys have anything to read, now's a good time for that.
Ever wanted to become a cult leader? In Cult of the Lamb, you play as a possessed lamb rescued by a mysterious stranger who must repay his debt. Explore mysterious areas and gather adorable followers. The top 10 donors on Wednesday will each receive a guaranteed Steam key. Plus, we'll be giving away more keys during the Cult of the Lamb speedrun. Thank you, developer Digital and Massive Monster, for providing these keys.
Yeah, I can take over from here. So, the Gita fight, I did mention earlier when we were first introduced to her that she's kind of disappointing. So as long as I click the right moves, she should go down no problem. Now, the only thing that's really annoying about Gita is she has the same kind of whatever disease Nimona has that makes it to wherever if anybody gets a critical hit in the fight, she's always got something to say about it. So I just gotta hope that neither of us crit. Although it's only gonna be me that's gonna be doing attacks in this fight, so I just gotta hope I don't get a crit. It loses like 10 seconds, I think. She also has text for doing super effective moves against her, but I don't really have a choice in that, like, cause you know, for her Avalugg, the best thing I can do is low kick it, so I'm always gonna get that anyway. And then Nimona shortly after has the same problem. I mean, like, you know, what's 10 to 20 seconds at this point? That's child's play. Hardly relevant. And I'm +7 on my PB split. It's like, who cares about 10, 20 seconds? Yeah, this is our champion. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this fight, except that it's really, really underwhelming. And the song kind of sucks too, but that's a hot take. Okay. So yeah, this Pathra kind of blocks us from being able to set up any X items and stuff because the opportunity stability kind of copies all changes that are made to stats. So we're just going to take care of it. And we actually, like, we had to set up for Larry and Hassel, but we don't have to set up for Gita at all. Just to show you, like, you know, how she stacks up to the other members of the Elite Four. How talented she is. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. It just means that she doesn't have a whole lot of things that are resistant or problematic for a fighting flying type. But she doesn't really have a theme here or anything. Just a bunch of random Pokemon. So this thing's ability, Supreme Overlord, like, gives it attack boost based on how many Pokemon have died, which would be scary if it didn't die in one hit. So that's good. I probably actually should Google that. I actually have no idea what that ability does. I've never needed to know. I just know it has something to do with how many Pokemon have kind of healed over. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, obviously I know why she doesn't send it out last. Because she has the Glamora, which is something that you can't see at this point. You can't have ever seen this before fighting her because it only spawns in Area 0. So it's supposed to be like a big reveal surprise no matter what. No matter how completionist you are with this game, like, you have not seen one of these yet. I was like, oh my god, what is that thing? It just, something that dies in close combat. Interesting. But strategically, you are right. She should have sent this. She should have sent the King Gambit out last. When a Pokemon with Supreme Overlord enters battle, it receives a 10% additive increase to the power of its moves for each ally Pokemon that is fainted in its party. That's actually, like, yeah, like, why didn't she send that out last? Throwing. Anyways, there goes our almighty champion. Okay. Yeah, still a 453 pace run, so not too bad. Not really much more time to lose from here. Like, all the remaining fights are safe, so as long as I don't hit like a disgusting amount of Pokemon in Area 0, which can happen. It actually did happen in my PB. It's the reason I don't have record right now. Because, like, the record's a 446 41, and I hit a Braviary in Area 0, so I got a 446 53. Just because, like, okay, one thing about the Switch 2 that I've not talked about yet is you know, they got a little bit full of themselves and they were like, yo, this looks really good. This plays really good. Let's push it. Let's push the limits of this. Let's see how many Pokemon we can spawn on screen at one time. Let's up it from like 18 to 32 or something. And that was a great idea, I guess, for shiny hunters and casuals. But my God, walking through Area 0, which, yes, you have to walk because Miraidon doesn't want to come out of its Pokeball. So you're literally walking through Area 0. It's like a minefield. Like there's so many Pokemon. It's so much more likely to hit Pokemon now than it was on the Switch 1 for sure. Although I've heard that the Switch 1 also has this enhanced or additional Pokemon slot spawning, but I haven't confirmed that myself yet. That's great. I'm happy for you. I'm terrified for my own prospects though. God help me. Yeah, there's way too many Pokemon. You'll see. You'll see. Yeah, all these people that are like, oh, I like the increased spawns. They beat the game long before this patch. So they don't have to go through what I'm about to go through. Yeah, so a lot of people complaining about the Switch 1's performance getting even worse because of this change. So I think people, I don't know, people were saying that the spawns did increase on the Switch 1, but I have never cared. I don't think I'll ever boot up my Switch 1 ever again, honestly, for anything. There's just no reason to. Like everything just runs better on Switch 2, why not? Okay, so this battle's interesting because it takes place entirely within a cutscene. It's similar to the Star Battle bosses. Like, you're gonna notice I'm gaining no EXP here. So there's no point in even like factoring this battle's EXP into any routing decisions because you just can't gain any. But it is important to make sure whatever level threshold you're trying to get for a certain... That was weird. Okay. It took a left input, I guess. It's fine. Yeah, whatever level threshold you want to get, like for, I don't know, like the Dunsparce or the Gudra here, you need to make sure you hit those levels before you get to this fight. Because you're not going to be able to edge out to 82 and then get to 83 here, because they're not giving you anything to work with here. Okay. Now that the Dunsparce is another thing I could have low kicked and gone for a range on. I don't know, I've not messed with that much. Allegedly it's 75%, but my calculations say it's like 63%. I'm just not interested in it right now. Especially given how much time I've thrown away for free. I'm not gonna volunteer any more time willingly. Okay. So the Masquerade takes close combat, and that's the end of this fight. Luckily, I got no crits on Gita or Nimona, I think, so good. Time saved. Now, we're not out of the woods on that specific aspect of this yet. The final battle with the professor, she has the same terrible illness that causes her to chirp about any crit that happens in the fight. So I'm just going to pray for one more fight that I don't get any crits on it. I can crit Penny all I want. I mean, Cassiopeia, what? Yeah, please don't crit the professor. I really can't afford it anymore. I could feel the hotel room key slipping from my pocket with every passing fight. I'm sorry, I spoiled it. I'm sorry. I meant Cassiopeia. Just forget I said anything. Yeah, no voice acting is great. So yeah, we fought Clavel, and then we went to the Elite Four when, after Clavel, the natural progression of the Starfall Street campaign is to go into the school, then warp to the schoolyard. But we kind of multitasked a little bit with the routing to where this cutscene will put us in the school, like in our room. So we're much closer to the warp menu to go to the schoolyard. So it's just a really tiny thing that I really like about the routing of this game. You can do all these little cheeky like micro time saves for the routing. That you just blow it all clicking the wrong move. What's the point of continuing the run now that halqery spoiled everything? I'm sorry. Like there's one more surprise for you I haven't said yet. I'll leave that a mystery. Okay. So yeah, pretty good. Okay. I want to do the inputs really slow there because like we end up warping somewhere else, like some classroom I've never been in my life. I don't know how to get out of it. I just know up, left, down takes you to the schoolyard. You know, and I'm on pace. Like I'll kind of push it. And I'll kind of roll my finger to like a half circle for fighting game fans, but not today. Not during this run. Can I get the game turned up in my headphones just a teensy bit? Thank you, banger alert, by the way. Okay. So there's two strategies for this fight as well. But I don't acknowledge one of them. It's a really silly strat. So this Umbreon's always going to use Psychic on you. Unless it decides to use Baby Doll as instead. In which case, skipping the guard spec would be stupid. Oh, I accidentally bought an extra guard spec. Oh well, fine. So now if you use Baby Doll Eyes, it saves me time. Cool. Don't see that. Okay, so the guard spec's only going to protect us until about the Flareon in this fight, like after this Vaporeon, after the Flareon. So the Leafeon and the Sylveon can Baby Doll Eyes me, but I'm guaranteed to kill all of them anyway. Oh, actually, no, it's a little bit earlier than I thought. Okay, so technically, if everything left Baby Doll Eyes me, I could be in trouble. All right, we're fine. So I'm +2. And Baby Doll Eyes only decreases me one stage. So even if they both Baby Doll Eyes me, Acrobatics kills the final Mon at +0. Yeah, that's fine. Like Acrobatics always defeats this too. It's fine. I mean, I wish it didn't do that. That's slow, but it's not a big deal. Easy clap, GG no reuse. Can you go a bit slower? I'm still not done listening to this song. Oh, I've gone plenty slow for you guys, y'all. That's your own fault. Okay, sure, Sylveon's got you. Appreciate it. I was kidding about the last two things Baby Doll-izing me, by the way. It was a hypothetical. You didn't have to actually make it happen. Okay. Pretty simple fight. Yeah, I've got a lot of cutscenes left here. So if there's anything to auto-read, any incentives to kind of get us started on, anything at all, now's a good time for that.
We're raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues. Mind strives to provide support to individuals and families facing mental health challenges. All your donations will go to Mind. In every region of the world, mental disorders surpass 10% of the population. Governments seem to lack momentum in reducing the burden of mental health problems, as only 55% have mental health awareness and only 8% have suicide prevention plans. Organizations like Mind help raise awareness to the issue, helping us get one step closer to a world where everyone gets the help they need. Worldwide, suicide ranks as the third leading cause of death in youth between 15 and 19 years of age, and is the second leading cause of death for girls of this age group. Every recognition of mental health disorders is essential to reduce suicide rates, improve treatability, and reduce severity of severe illnesses, including depression, psychosis, eating, and substance abuse disorders. Minds tries to help bring awareness by providing classes at school to inform youth on the topic and through social media campaigns targeting youth to encourage them to be more open about mental health issues. You want me to keep going, or?
I guess I can just give a quick synopsis. Like, I don't know, kind of fitting because these are like, I think the whole story here is they're a bunch of bullied, shut out kids. So it's cool they all have each other as like a support group. Even though for some reason Penny wanted them to disband their little clubhouse. I don't know if I remember why that is, but they're all like, kind of outcasts that kind of are friends and have each other at least. It's a nice like full circle thing there. Like, things are hard, but as long as you got some friends around you, everything will be all right. I don't know. I think this is okay. I think this is what they wanted. It's unclear. I did defeat all of them, but they all seem very happy for some reason. I don't know what they're going for here, man. Then Clavel's got to be the, party pooper, just handing down harsh punishments. Classic Clive. But yeah, I know it's getting kind of late here in Europe, but I promise you're going to want to stick around for the Area Zero section of this run. It might seem kind of boring because we're just walking along with the cutscenes, but there's a lot of really cool sequence breaks we're going to do in Area Zero. A lot of falling. We're going to be falling a lot. Falling to skip things. Area Zero is like a giant spiral downwards, but after the first research station, you can kind of just like drop to the third one, second one, drop to the third one after that, drop to the fourth one. There's a lot of really cool drops to do. Okay, so we're almost done with the Starfall Street section. Just for reference, I beat Penny like 5 minutes ago. And I'm still technically not done with the storyline. Skip cutscenes is on, by the way. Okay. So the only thing left we have to do before we go to Area Zero is we still haven't resolved the Path of Legends. I did tell you after we beat all of the Titans that I was going to be kind of leaving Arvin there for 2 hours. And now it's time to actually finally come say hello to him. Hopefully he found something to do with his time and, didn't get bored or anything. Terribly sorry, Arvin. I'm especially sorry because I ended up throwing so much time away. I felt really bad about that. Oh, okay, yeah. I chose a skip singular cutscene. Oops. My bad. Yeah, that might have been it, actually. I don't know. It's just the comedy of it is that they're like, wait, before you do this, we want to make sure, like, with the slowest text possible, have you beaten the game, yes or no? If you have, and you're absolutely certain, it's like, God damn, just let me skip the cutscenes, dog. Like, and then to go on and not skip anything of irrelevance at all. Like, the only thing it skips are the really cool cinematic cutscenes. You know, speedrunning games like Donkey Kong Bonanza, where you can skip everything, just absolutely spoils you. Just like, God, I wish we had this. I wish our developers loved us. Like, I'm not kidding. This game would probably be like 3 hours, 2.5 hours if you could skip cutscenes like these. It's insane. Cutscenes take up such a majority of the run, or not a majority, but like a decent chunk. I'm still not used to seeing him because for the entirety of the Switch 1, Scarlet was the better game. So I'm still just getting used to seeing him when I get here. Yeah, the cool thing about the whole Scarlet versus Violet bid war and, you know, game selection in general is that it does force us to build our flamingos differently. Like in Scarlet, I may have needed a different number of carbos or a different number of proteins. And obviously the area zeros are completely different because there's different fights you have to do. And each of the professors are hard in their own way. But I would say the Violet professor is actually harder. Because it's got a lot more variance to it. Oh, because, all right. So one of the reasons it has more variance to it is pretty early on after the game came out, we got a data mined list of like all the trainers' stats and IVs and EVs and stuff like that. Seda has like, I think like 30 IVs across the board for her ace, and then like 30 across the board for her lead. Like everything between her lead and her ace has 25 IVs across the board. Then like I think the lead and ace are special or something like that. Turo has the exact same configuration, except everything between the lead and the ace is random. They have random IVs. So you have to build for max speed bundle, and it's really, really, really awkward. And you can't go for like pretty, you know, consistent ranges because there's no consistency. Like it could have any IVs at all. Like you have to prepare for max defense, max speed, max everything. It's really obnoxious. Okay. So this fight is actually over as soon as I click low kick. For the boss diff, it would actually be a little bit more attentive for me because the boss diff has acrobatics, or not acrobatics, intimidate. And because I'm scrappy, I'll block the intimidate. But if I didn't have scrappy, if I had tangled feet, I'd have to make sure I close combated because the intimidate makes low kick not OHKO, the boss diff. So it's just another slight variance, like between the scrappy and tangled feet gameplay. On the Switch 1, they actually were completely different movements for a while. Like you would actually go out of your way to grab extra candies early for tangled feet. But now in the current day, they've kind of been merged into one route. So it's nice to see how that's evolved. It's nice to not need two different sets of splits or to skip any splits or anything like that. Yeah. Easy clap. Like, look at this guy. Like, do you feel bad for that dog at all? I don't. Look at this awful, disgusting grin he's given us. Like, I don't feel bad for you at all anymore, man. Like, you look like a jerk. Like, what to say? I love dogs, for the record. Just not this one. Not a fan. Was he actually holding the Pokeball upside down? I didn't notice that. That's embarrassing. That's probably why he lost, actually. Whatever he sent out had to like literally invert itself on the way out. Disrupted the whole flow. Okay, so that is the third of the 3 paths finished. But there's actually a 4th path. If you've completed all 3 paths, we will unlock the Way Home, which is the final storyline of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So it's actually faster to do Arven last, Because that'll be the end of the conversation with Arvin. But if you don't do Arvin last, Arvin will give you a pretty lengthy phone call after you've beaten whoever it is you beat last. So it's also just convenient that he's the only one that's not in Messagoza to fight. So it's no concern here. All right. Okay. Maybe he was holding an electrode. I believe it, honestly. Arvin's so stupid. I mean, so sorry, I didn't see you there. So yeah, the way home. Normally, at this point, after this cutscene ends, you would actually reset the game to reduce lag in Area 0. But I'm conducting a very special test live at BSG. I have the game on the micro SD Express card right now, and I'm curious to see if I even need to reset the game. It'll only lose like maybe 30 seconds if it ends up being slower. But at this point, like, the game has built up enough like lag just through normal gameplay, like that you need to reset the game in order to not lag in Area 0 on the Switch 1 and the Switch 2. But I was actually having a conversation with Tyrant18 in somebody's chat the other day, and they were mentioning how in Super Mario Odyssey, in any percent, micro SD Express loses 0.2 seconds, but eventually in like All Moons or something, the system memory starts to bleed time, and that made me think. That got my gears turning. I was like, wait a minute, bleeding time on system memory? That sounds very familiar. That's the memory leak of Scarlet and Violet. So I caved. I spent $50 and got a micro SD card, and now we will see how that works out. I won't know in this run. This run's already so terrible, I would have no idea. But I can go back and at least watch it. Let's see. Yes, the memory leak is still not patched. But I am curious to see if the micro SD card provides any sort of advantage whatsoever. Because it might. Certainly it hasn't felt really chuggy at all. I'm sure that'll change when I get in Area 0. Like, I might be able to tell immediately upon setting foot in Area 0. In which case, if that's the case, I might just reset in Area Station 1 just to kind of just get that out of the way. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, it's when Yep. Yeah, that's like, that's a different kind of memory leak, though. It's just the not having anything between my ears thing. But yeah, for some reason, this game just kind of builds up lag like as you play it. To where in Japanese, like Japanese times through the credits in this game. So those poor guys, they have to make sure their credits don't lag. It's really, really sad. But luckily, the 90% speedrun in English ends before the credits roll, so that's good. Okay. I'm going to try to have a perfect Area 0, not for you, but for me to compare to later. Although I would love to have a perfect Area 0 for this marathon. But I've got ulterior motives, so I'm going to lock in. Is there anything to read? Now's a good time for that.
Yourbuilds.nl is a Dutch company that specializes in custom PCs made to order. Perfect for gamers, creators, and professionals. Every system is tailored to your exact needs with high quality parts and clean cable work and thorough testing. They offer both gaming PCs and workstation focused on performance, silence, or aesthetics depending on what matters to you most. Check their Twitch to catch live PC builds or browse their custom work on Instagram, both under the handle @yourpcbuilds. Hold on, sorry, the handle is @yourbuildsPCs. Yourbuilds currently only sells and ships systems within the Netherlands and Belgium. So whether you're planning a future build or just stopping by for inspiration, you're always welcome at yourbuilds.nl.
Okay. So, yeah, I kind of alluded to it earlier, but we're going to be on foot for this entire Area 0. Miraidon will not come out of his Pokeball for anything at all until the very end, far after we really benefit from him. He flew us down in here. That was kind of him, but that's about all he's willing to give us, I guess. But look how many Pokemon there are already. Like, where's my path? Like, I gotta go through here, man. Luckily, there's a big wide open gap over here. They didn't quite patch that up, luckily. This part is not too bad, luckily. But it's gonna get bad, I promise you. There's a Flabébé coming. Raichu. And some of these things just like sprint towards you, like the moment they see you, so it's a little bit obnoxious. The spawns are actually being a little bit nice, which is good. Never mind. I had to say something. All right, thanks for giving me a way out. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, now you can see like how many Pokemon there are in here, because like normally when you're riding on Miraidon and Koraidon, so much like you're passing so much terrain that all the Pokemon are like spawning behind you. But on foot at walking speed, everything's spawning on you, or like, what's that giraffe rig doing over there? Anyways, I haven't seen one of those spawn over there before. That's really awkward. There we go. Okay. That was like the babiest fall, but there's more falling coming, don't worry. So yeah, this segment is completely exclusive to defeating all the paths. I guess we have to power of friendship our way through this. There's a few fights. None of them are that bad. Although I've heard that the Iron Bundle I'm going to be fighting after this Glamora has Ice Beam or Freeze Dry. That could potentially be not fun. But it's just not going to do that, so we're fine. I'm going to Look, I've had enough things go rotten in this run that I think I'm entitled to pick one thing for this Delibird to not... Sorry, not Delibird. Iron Bundle to not do. Look. Freeze. No, we can't do that. I mean, we can. We have time for it, but that doesn't mean we can. I'd rather we didn't do that. I'm not worried about the freeze. I'm worried about it OHKOing me. Like, Freeze Dry is strong. Like, really strong. Like, on my first couple Switch runs, there were just so many Pokemon just spawning, like in front of the door. It's like, I need to go in there. It's because they added way too much Pokemon. Okay. Yeah, I'm still on 453 pace, so pretty good. You know what? Screw it. Delibird, Iron Bundle, you can do whatever you want. I can afford it. For content, let's do it. I am okay with whatever you have in store. So on this walking segment, it's gonna be a really weird spot where if you don't stop moving or if you don't intervene, the game will like force your character to come to a complete stop, and I don't know why it happens, but you can actually slide through the trigger. It actually saves a little bit of time. It's very indescript, like where it is, but I think I remember the visual cue. It should be right. That should have been it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, there were flowers on the left there that I lined myself up with, and I just have a visual cue in my head. Like, as soon as I pass these flowers, if I haven't crouched or like slid yet, my character's gonna come to a complete stop, and I don't know why that happens. Clearly, it's not, doesn't cause a problem to not stop. If you just slide right through it, nothing bad happens. I need to get through here. Excuse me. There's just so many. It's annoying. Like, I swear, like, one of my first runs, like, there was just a crowd of, like, Flabébés, like, in front of this door right here after I beat the Delibird. Or the Iron Bundle. It's just, like... No, it's funny, because somebody actually commented on one of my PBs when it was first on Speedrun.com. Did anybody not see the shiny giraffe at 4.0 something? I'm like, what are you talking about? And I went back and looked. I'm like, oh my god, there's a shiny giraffe, like, right there, and I didn't see it. Like, the shinies sometimes are just so indescript and, like, just, like, completely missable. Like, it's the only difference that it had, like a blue nose and, like, blue legs or something. I don't know. But I went back and watched the video. And I'm like, oh my god, it's right there. It's crazy. It makes me wonder, like, how many shinies I've just, like, ignored over the years of doing this. I mean, there's some that I distinctly recall. When I was going to Medali one time, I distinctly remember seeing this really gross... Don't. All right. Oh, my heart. Okay. All right. All right. That's funny. Hilarious. Haha. Okay. A crit could have actually just killed me there. That would have been really sad. I don't know where I would have gone if I would have died there. I probably would have, like, gone back to a Pokemon Center, obviously. And I would have had to, like, warp back and get back in Area 0, but I at least could have warped to the first station to kind of save time, but I'd still have to do that whole walk again. I don't know, it would have been good. Anyways, one time I was going to Medali. There was this really gross flesh-looking, flesh-colored quadruped thing, and I got closer and it was a shiny female Oinkologne. I was like, ugh, who would want that thing? It was really hideous. Looked like a hairless cat or something. Like, some shiny colors, I just have no idea what they were thinking. I swear they just kind of spin a wheel or something. Just kind of freshly shaved Oinkologne. Yeah. The poor thing. So I promised falling, and we will indeed be falling now. This is now the falling stream. So enjoy the falling. Okay. So logic would dictate we walk out the door and just head to the next room, but we're actually going to warp back to the first one. Because part of the reason I can't just fall out of like the second station is because if you warp to a different station, they don't start their dialogue. Like they just kind of yapping this whole time. And if they're talking, you can't really fall or like void out or anything. Like it will void you out for something simple like that. But because I'm not passing any kind of trigger on the ground, they can't start their conversation. Thanks, Penny. Appreciate it. Okay, there's a really cool strat I can go for here. So that whole landing on slopes thing to avoid hard landings on Rhydon or Miraidon, that works with the walking character too. There's a little piece of crystallization on a tree down here. If I land on it, I can avoid having Rotom catch me. Like that, cool. So like the tiniest little texture you can land on to avoid having Rotom catch you and, you know, be all slow and all that. So I think it's a really cool piece of movement. Yeah. I'm still shook from that Iron Bundle. He's doing Ice Beam. That's scary. I was like, I've already lost enough time, man. You can't do this to me. I know it was all my fault, but still. Not cool. Okay. So, we're actually gonna be taking a break from falling for one. Oh no, this one's gonna be funnier than falling. We're gonna proceed to the intended destination, and it's gonna be very clear where the game wants us to go, and we're just gonna turn around and go back slightly faster to go all the way back up the path we walked down and fall down somewhere else than it is to walk down the intended path the game has laid out for you. It'll be very silly looking, but I promise it's faster. It's interesting they're talking about Cyclozar as if it's something we know deeply, although we only were required to see one Cyclozar in this game. Like, there was one sitting outside the school when we left for the first time. Like, in a cutscene. That's the only required mention of Cyclozar. They just mentioned that Miraidon's like a future version of Cyclozar, which is cool. I don't know who asked, but I'm sure it was important to somebody. But if you have any messages you want to read, now's a good time.
We have awesome prizes up for grabs this year. With a donation of just 10 euros, you'll be entered to win a range of great rewards. And if you donate 50 euros or more, you could even take home the Leeward Ray microphone or the AOC PC Gaming Essentials bundle. Every donation helps support our charity Minds. Explore all the prizes at bsgmarathon.com/prizes. Support our event for free with your Twitch Prime gaming subscription. Unlock a set of awesome exclusive emotes and show your support in style.
I'm kind of starting to feel the game chug a little bit, but I feel like it's usually laggy here no matter what. It's like this waterfall does not cooperate with the Switch's processor, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if my experiment's going very well. But it's not like tragically backfiring. It's just like, this is normal. This doesn't feel any better or worse. So yeah, that's the research station we have to go to down there. It's very clear we're supposed to go down this winding path and all that. But I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to go back up the way I came. And find a place to fall down. Because again, if you don't pass the trigger on the ground for the characters to start talking, they won't talk. And it turns out like their conversation lasts just long enough to where it's worth it to go back and fall somewhere else. Okay. Y'all need to move. The one thing I'm not sure about is I never know where to look because I feel like I should be looking somewhere to reduce lag. But it feels like everywhere is bad. Like if I look down, I'm looking down at the waterfall and stuff like that. But if I look up, I'm looking up at these thousands of Pokemon. And if I look super up, I can't see. So just cooked. Thank you for getting out of my way, Draft Rig. Appreciate it. All right, here we go. I'm going to try the slide canceling again just to see if I can get it. Nice. Easy. Okay. Okay. So this is the final of the research stations. And it turns out the professor's a robot, and they're no longer, at least this one we're talking to is not seemingly human. So that's weird. Anyways, we're gonna fall some more. I'll try to land on a slope to kind of cancel out my fall, but I'm kind of bad at this one. I haven't done it in forever. Ah, close. Okay, it's fine. So the reason I'm not used to doing that fall is this. I'm about to touch a cutscene trigger on the other side of this building, and I was actually the one that discovered this because I played Violet first. And then somebody went and tried the same cutscene trigger on Scarlet, and it didn't work. So Scarlet has to do a different fall entirely. They have to warp back up to Station 2, and it's really weird. But they make it work somehow. But yeah, if you kind of rub up against this wall, you can touch the cutscene trigger from the other side. But this doesn't exist in Scarlet. I don't know why. So yeah, I got one little gauntlet of Pokemon left, and then we can go fight the professor. Okay. For the most part, these upcoming Paradox Mons aren't too crazy. Iron Hands is kind of cringe, though. I think he's always a 2-turn fight no matter what. But I mean, who knows? I could crit. We'll see. Or my partner Pokemon could do something useful for the first time. Oh, there's also a cutscene we just skipped there with skip cutscenes feature, where another Miraidon comes out of the lab and kind of squares up to our Miraidon, and our Miraidon kind of just like kind of shrivels up like a, you know, a beta puppy or something. I don't know. Like clearly he's out alphaed by the other Miraidon. That wasn't important though. Let's skip that. But all this, let's keep all this in. Yeah, my notes have that labeled as Iron Treads 3, or Iron Treads 2, but that's definitely Iron Treads 3. I've already fought that thing 2 other times. Damn, close. Oh, thanks, appreciate that. All right, man. Let's relax a little bit. This is so scary. He has other moves, I swear. That's fine. Like, I cannot begin to explain how much of a walk in the park Scarlet's Area 0 is by comparison. Like, you're not ever in any danger of dying. Except if it's your own fault. Very good. Okay. Arvin's like, Maridon, you know you ruined my life, right? Maridon looks clearly broken up by this news. He very clearly cares. That's a good boy, Maridon. But has Arvin ever worried about how much he's ruined my life with making me watch all his cutscenes all the time? I don't think so. So I have no sympathy. Okay. So here's the big shocker reveal that the professor is indeed a robot. And he's actually going to tell kind of a gruesome story that apparently the fourth research station was in such a disarray, like disrepair, because that other alpha Maridon went completely berserk in there. That actually killed the professor. So this AI professor is like all we have left of the professor. This is the one that's been contacting us the whole game. See, it's kind of dark. It's the first time they just like explicitly explain how someone died like that. Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. So, regardless of what version you're playing, the professor built a time machine. Their AI wants you to stop it. So we'll try to do that. Chat GP Turo, I like that. Deep Seda. Okay. So I'm trying to think of how to describe this fight coming up. Oh my god, I just remembered I have to do something. Thank god I remembered. In Scarlet, you actually use the hasty mint a little bit earlier, but I haven't used it yet, but I need to, because this fight will not work without the hasty mint. If I don't use the hasty mint, I will probably be slower than Iron Bundle. Because like I said earlier, we have to assume a max speed bundle because for some reason everything between Turo's ace and lead are random IVs. So without the hasty mint, you might be slower than the bundle. Okay. Okay, so luckily the game is going to autosave here. It autosaves fairly frequently, actually. It's a good thing. So if something does go wrong, we do kind of have an out here. Like, I don't know. It still just impresses me how much better this game looks on the Switch 2. Like, I just remember how laggy that little spinning mechanism was on the Switch 1. Ugh. So, I know he's a robot now because he's speaking in lead speak, and nobody's done that in like 10 to 15 years. An interesting design choice. Okay, so that bundle could have used freeze dry on me. I think that's technically more optimal, but it's also way scarier. Oh, this Iron Hands didn't use fake out. God. All right, so I saved time from not doing one thing, just have another thing happen. I saved time from not getting hit by the fake out so that he has something to say about that. But instead, I crit him so that there was still something to be said. I can't win, man. I can't win with this game. That's ridiculous. Just when I thought I was gonna save time. Whatever. Pissed. And there's the super effective text if I haven't gotten it already. No, I got it on bundle. So yeah, that text box already happened. But yeah, Turo has dialogue for you hitting a super effective move, him hitting a super effective move, you hitting him at all, and him hitting you at all, and then obviously a crit for both sides. So I literally was going to save time from not getting fake outed by his Iron Hands, but then I crit the Iron Hands, so dialogue happened anyway. Just silly. Like, literally it's 1 in 24. Okay. Well, that was some freelo. It may be a close fight for estimate now. Oh no. I'm sure it's fine. I got this. It's only a scripted fight in front of me that I can't make faster if I wanted to. I think I'm on pace for like a 4:55:13 or something stupid like that. Oh, that's annoying. Why did you have to crit him? That was 10 seconds I could have just enjoyed having. It's just against the law to do a Pokemon run underestimate, I guess. That's fine. Okay, so we're challenged by the Paradise Protection Protocol, and he has the Alpha Miraidon we saw earlier. And he's actually going to lock all Pokeballs except IDs matching Turo's. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of the game that the Miraidon we have belongs to Turo. So the big reveal is, this is our way out. We're gonna do a little cockfight. So famously, this sequence is scripted to where you literally cannot lose. And if you're about to lose, they will literally force you to Terastallize. But the sequence we're about to do, there's actually not going to be a Terastallization. Even though normally, casually, I think there will be. So it's nice that we can actually like save a turn over what's intended. Like, but that's all we can really do, is just save one turn. Yeah, skip cutscenes on, by the way. All right, so now just auto fire A. There's not a whole lot I can do to make this fight faster. I just need to spam power gen that's in slot 1. That's all I can really do now. All right, who y'all got? Who y'all got in this fight? Okay. Spit F up is kind of scary. What are you talking about? This looks bad. We're winning. We haven't taken really any damage yet. Wait, that's Hyper Beam. 1 HP! Oh my god! Oh my god, I can't believe I lived that. Oh my god, that's crazy. Anyways. Yeah, this is all just as written. Nothing you do to change it. You're always living that on 1 HP. I wish there was more strategy involved with this, but there's not. There's just spam A and pray. Or not really pray, just kind of do it. Do I even have Endure? I didn't even notice. Yeah, so they want us to Terrasilize in this turn, but because we can win without it, it doesn't make us. But if we needed one additional turn to win this fight, they would make you Terrasilize. But after an X special and then an Omni boost right now, we don't need it, obviously. To take off that little sliver he's got left. Oh my god, I do have Endure. It's interesting. What a waste of a turn that would be. I'm trying so hard to cut estimate. I don't think I'm gonna do it. We'll see. So the time machine, I think, has been destroyed. I don't know. I just know he doesn't want to fight anymore. That's good enough for me. Please, Professor, I need you to piss off faster. Oh my god, this guy's just gonna milk it, ain't it? 455 1x hype. It's so embarrassing. That's fine. This run's been fun, right? A lot of never seen that before, you know, the whole haha funny. Yeah, definitely some skill issues. A little bit too much Donkey Kong in my life recently. Oh man, there it goes. Oh, this is actually worse than I thought. All right, so as soon as the game fades to black, that'll be time here. No, I'm overestimated. Oh no. I shouldn't have submitted a Pokemon game. They're all guaranteed to go over estimate. We all have an agreement with each other that we will disrespect the marathon's estimates every time. Well, I promised a 455. I didn't tell you what number it would be. Like what second count. Oh, please. Now I want a 59. That'd be so funny. All right. And time. GG's. Now that was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I'm gonna get out of here before the British man starts singing. You guys get copyright struck because there is an Ed Sheeran song in the credits of this game, and big Sony don't like that being played. So yeah, thanks for BSG for having me. It's my first live speedrun for a marathon in 2 years. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, but the calendar doesn't lie. Yeah, follow me. I do Pokemon games. I'm much better at Legends Arceus than I am at this game, but I had the record for 2 years, so I'm kind of required to say I'm good at it. But recently I've been doing a lot of Donkey Kong Bonanza. That game is just a crippling addiction. It's so much fun. Yeah, if you have any questions about this game, feel free to hop in my chat, hop in Chrysosaurus' chat. Chrysosaurus plays the game a lot more than I do, so you'll probably get a lot more advice there. I'll probably ban you. I'm kidding. Just come in my chat asking about Scarlet and Violet when I'm trying to enjoy other games. But yeah, that's all for me, and I will see you guys. See you for the next run. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, halqery, for this amazing run. Hope to see you again soon. We're going to be setting up for the next run. Is going to be Yumet Subach. Sorry, hold on 1 sec. Yumet Subasach with Legend of the River King 2. We're going to be going into an intermission for that. And this is also going to be the end of my hosting shift. Floa is going to be taking over for me. And we're going into an intermission. Stay tuned, and we will be right back.